Hello everyone and welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. We're back. Welcome everyone, welcome, hello, good morning. Get ready for some fun-filled, action-packed Dota 2 ranked at the Immortal level. Hello Lula, hello Ruman, hello Arca, hello Vedant, hello Tobia, hello Nicholas, hello Payback, hello Dom, welcome guys. Welcome everyone. And if you guys have not seen it yet, check out the giveaway that we're going to be doing every 2 weeks starting this Sunday. We're going to be giving out either 3 or 4 computers, AMD Ryzen 5 3400Gs. To check out more details, go to bluespan.gg/giveaway. Free computer will ship to your country. Oh Lulu, it would be great if you could figure out how to best administer this giveaway. Thanks. However you decide to do it. Hi Roberto, hi Ha. Right. Well, I mean, if you're gonna use the Nightbot function, right? It's not like we need 300 people to be here, right? I don't know how you're doing your testing methodology, but however you choose to do it. We are currently 5.762 MMR, guys. Getting real close to 5.8. I thought I was higher than that. All green, except for this game. Ignore this game. Because my MMR is higher than, my commence is higher than my MMR.
Ooh, you get to ban someone.
This is Witcher music, Vedant.
You only got 5 seconds. Even less now.
Viper's been banned. Meeple's been banned. TA's been banned. Stay tuned in for details on how to join giveaway.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Wait, what's going on?
Greta Thunberg.
Five seconds left.
Can you give me instructions on how to do test giveaway? Alright, never mind. I'm just gonna play Zeus, dude. Okay. Hi, Alec. This fucking A is hella weird, dude.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose. Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Hello friends. Hello Silvio, hello Legger. Hi Disco. What's not good about Zeus? Let's entertain this guy. The fuck is going on? Who's leaning where? Hi Ouija, yeah, hi Joe.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Zeus is not good because it's easy to kill heroes, that's why? Wait, what? How does that make sense? Can someone explain that shit to me?
I descend to walk.
It's easy to win, so it's bad? Okay.
Beware.
Prepare for battle.
I obey it.
Just need one person hitting the cogs.
Okay, sir. Okay. I'm sorry. I did not know this was your server.
Yes. Attack. Onward.
Did you type that out?
Feel free to start killing before that. We're not stickers.
Very good. Sound advice.
What's the point of this? He's getting souls. You get souls from denying cogs.
That's fucking broken.
Ah, fuck. Alt tabbed.
It's fucking 4 armor. 4 armor.
It's in the
Shadow Fiend 12 souls?
Flows.
Let's make this a battle worthy of my name. To battle. Very good. To battle.
Oh, I should have picked Legion Commander. Fuck.
I'm not ready. Your prey.
Yo, man. Okay. 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 Okay.
Position of power. I obey it. Sound advice.
Hi, Daisy.
Forward.
What?
Onward.
What?
Forward. Your prayer answered. Earthshaker first. Sound advice.
McClarty.
A position of power. God giveth you being. Very good. Bye-bye, wisdom. Denied!
You fucking kill him or some shit?
Battle.
Ay, shit.
I ordain. A position of power. Sound advice. Forward. Reach for the sky. Very good. Onward. Yes. Your prayer answered. To battle. Fine.
You okay, bud? Wanna kill Earthshaker?
A position of power. I ordain it. To battle. Yes. Your prayer answered. Forward. Very good. Onward. Sound advice. Divine invasion. Yes.
Good job, man.
Very good. Generation. Sound advice. Oh, ye of little faith.
Can we kill Underlord? Can we kill this guy?
Maybe.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Position of power.
Okay. Okay. 5 minute runes. 5 minute runes.
Onward. Your prayer answered. I can do with more of that.
Get theirs too.
Very good. Bounty.
Your middle tower is under attack. What, not your job or something?
I ordain it. To battle.
You can kill him.
Your prayer answered.
Stop being pussy, man.
Touch.
Okay.
A position of power.
Pause here.
Yes. Sound advice.
Spin. Good job, good job, good job, good job.
Sound advice.
Stop being pussy, man.
To battle.
Stop it. Stop.
Your prayer answered. 4.
Great. Oh my god.
You can kill him now. You can kill him.
Very good.
You can kill. You can kill.
Damn, don't you?
A position of power.
Good job. I need one creep. I need one creep for mana boots. Okay, bud.
Go, 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 go.
Alright, I got it. I got it. I'm good. I'm good.
Yes. I obey you.
Don't be pussy, man.
A position of power. To battle. Your prayer answered.
Nah. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
Sound advice.
Smoke weed every day.
Very good.
Hey, Matt, do you have face boots yet, bud? No face boots? You don't have face boots?
4. Heaven help you. A position of power.
You have mana?
God help you.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
The shrine.
4. Onward.
And it's off.
Your prayer answered. To battle.
Where the fuck is Underlord?
Advice.
Where he at?
I ordain it. Yes. Very good. A position of power.
That's invading you. Killing spree!
Good job. Heal me.
Your prayer answered. Bottom is
Kill
missing.
that guy.
Kill that guy. Kill him.
Yes.
Someone's TV.
Oh no.
Your middle tower's under attack.
You're supposed to kill him.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Dig in and defend that sucker.
To respawn. Divine
I'm coming, Cap.
sound.
Killing spree!
Kill this guy too.
Oh shit!
Oh shit.
If your
That was
middle
my
tower
bad.
could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Let me borrow that.
Yes.
What the fuck are you doing, man?
Bottom towers.
I have borrow that.
Ah.
Why would you buy a bottom?
Very good.
The bottom tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the back.
Position of
Oh
power.
shit. Oh shit.
You can't
The
run.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yo, I'm gonna need that tome.
There better be something important going on.
runes? Fuck.
Your prayer answered. I ordain it.
The
Your
runes?
middle tower's under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. You
Yes.
gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny?
Runes?
Four.
What?
Not yet. I ordain it. Reach for the sky.
Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him.
Your prayer answered.
God, this here is so easy. Oh, I see you, Clockwork. I'm gonna cast that. Job.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust. That'll show 'em.
Give me some of that mana, baby. Thanks.
Position of power. Illusion. A position of power.
I'm higher level than this Clockwork. I have mana boots.
Four.
Dire's structures are fortified.
If you need Thunder God's Wrath, just ask for it. Thanks. Thunder God.
I ordain it.
Can someone go mid?
Yeah.
TP.
If your
Sound.
mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Thunder God. Why? Oh, why you do this? Why you waste my time?
Onward. Heaven help you. Yes. Your prayer and
It's snowing thanks to Blue.
smoke weed every day.
That is right. Everybody loves snow, right?
Prayer.
And Blue Span is a generous god.
Top tower
Fight,
is
fight,
under
fight, fight,
attack.
fight, 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 fight. Don't fight, don't fight, don't fight, don't fight.
Oh my god, you.
Defeated.
Oh my god, dude.
Sound advice. Very good.
Shit happens, you know.
I ordain it. God after bad. Yes.
Thanks, man.
Very good. A position of power.
Boom, there it goes.
Onward.
Spree!
You
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
God give it.
15-minute runes.
Juggernaut, we can kill.
Sound.
Okay.
To battle. Yes.
Dominate!
Your prayers.
Heal you.
Wow.
I will
Hey, look at you!
I'm in top.
battle.
Wow.
A position of power.
In a
can.
Should probably put down this observer ward.
Bless your souls.
Man.
Bring it on.
I want this tome. Tome.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Oh.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
Whispers, that's good stuff. Your prayer answered.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
A
I
position
think
of
the Angina guy in my stream chat, I think he has brain
The
damage.
bottom tower is under attack.
No one's talking about that at all. And we're playing on North American servers anyways. The fuck?
onward.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. Mega kill! Edge!
Onward. Forward. Your prayer answered. A position of power.
You better fucking run, bro. You better fucking run. You better fucking run.
It's gone.
Very good.
Run, PA. Run from support Zeus.
Bye bye. Yes.
Oh shit. What the, how did I miss that? Woo!
Sound advice.
Son of a gun, man.
To battle. I ordain it.
Oh shit! Found a ward! No! No! Oh shit! I have to use 2 lightning bolt. Dude, support Zeus is I'm liking it. I'm liking it a lot.
Greetings, my friend.
Your prayer answered.
That's okay. Oh shit!
Very good.
There's a cow here. Oh shit, there's a PA. Ah shit! I don't want to die.
A position of power.
What the fuck is going on in this game?
Very good.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done. Radiant called in the fortification.
Man.
Yes.
The fuck?
I ordain it. Your prayer answered. A position of power.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. We've done good.
To battle.
Triple fudge.
Onward. Forward.
Hey, I got a lightning bolt. Hey. Runes!
Sound advice.
Get those runes!
Your prayer answered.
Do it with flair.
Oh, clockwork, I see you. I see you, bud. I'm here to KS you, bud.
Killing spree.
Forward. For God's sake.
Flair's here.
A position of power.
Jackpot.
Yes. Sound advice. Very good.
Oh shit!
I ordain it. To battle.
He's done, dude. That guy's done as fuck.
Your prayer answered.
I guarantee it. Oh shit!
Coming in.
Oh man, oh fuck, I tried to kiss, but
A position of power.
wasn't successful.
Nah, you broke their dicks.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Oh shit!
Your middle tower has fallen.
Sound advice.
The enemy's bottom line has fallen.
God help you. Very good.
The enemy's middle tower
Almost have
has
eggs.
Onward.
Oh shit! Don't worry, I got it. I got it.
God's wrath. Your prayer answered.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
A position of power.
Killing spree.
Beware.
Holy fucking. Okay, there we go. Dude, I just want to buy my eggs.
Mega kill.
Shadowfiend's gonna die.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. You even killing spree.
Don't worry, Zeus cure you guys.
Your prayer answered.
The top tower is under attack.
Divine beast.
Your top tower needs some help.
Yo, I wanna get my eggs.
Fortified construction. Pretty good move if you ask me. Your top tower is under attack. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
Air Shaker's so done, dude. Yo, I'm gonna KS this guy once I get enough mana.
The enemy's bottom barracks is falling.
Yo, I'm gonna KS.
Hey, Shaker Tree.
Wait, what?
Get your butts
Wait, who
out
killed?
here.
It was Shadowfiend who got the kill? What?
4.
Help! Help! Oh shit!
A new age. Man proposes.
Was that worth it? I got 433 gold.
Kill.
Woo! Alright, one of these.
Very good.
Yeah, one of these. Okay. Yeah, one of these.
I ordain it.
Oh shit. There's some bounty runes available.
Runes?
I'll take that as tribute.
Unstoppable.
Let me a tribute.
Yeah, you're on drugs. I got it. This is the guy that said Zeus sucks at the beginning of the game.
Onward.
Hi, Sahil.
Okay, did you?
I like tit.
Sound advice. I'm under attack.
Fuck! You steal my kill. Boom.
I will be.
Watch out for Echo Slam. Echo Slam. Watch out for Echo Slam.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Sound.
Ow, dude, that PA is desolated. That hurts. Hurts a lot. Oh shit, he's trying to kill me. Ooh. How's my fried chicken? It's excellent.
Oh no, it's
Oh
so
shit.
fast.
Oh shit, hella deep. Oh shit.
Oh my fucking god.
I got juvaited.
Tower's under attack.
Oh shit. Oh. Oh.
The enemy's
Down the healing ward! Jesus!
top tower needs some help.
Now you put it down?
Michelle, come here.
Oh, Jesus.
Killing spree! Triple kill! I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh? The enemy's middle barracks are just a sweet memory. That's the power of elbow grease. And, you know, bit of
Hi,
murder.
2 Cancer. Try not to advertise here, man. Thanks. Hey, Glenn, glad you're enjoying the content. And good luck with your Asian appearance. Who even has Asian parents? Not me! Oh shit! Look at this PA's items. Just Desolator. Oh shit! Oh shit! Yo, I'm gonna buy Boots of Travel right now, I think.
Top barracks has fallen.
Woo! Oh, the fucking PA's almost dead again.
Wave goodbye to the enemy's top barracks. Now have legendary.
Pussy! Pussy! Get him! Yeah, get him! Get him! Get him!
A divine.
I miss those things that you could spray on the ground.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
And his name is John C.
Are you a pussy? Are you a pussy? Are you a pussy? Are you a pussy? I'm not a pussy.
I'm your god too.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I can't believe this game's still going.
Jackpot.
Can you guys see the eye tracker? I saw it earlier today, but huh.
Low.
There we go. What is up with this eye tracker? Ah, there we go. There we go. We're bringing it back. Oh, saved by the bell.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Sorry about that, Jupiter. Sorry to make you hungry. Hello, Roshan. Hello, Nitin. How much did you miss? Zeus support game. And by support, I mean carry. Thanks, Aoyama-kun. That was actually really enjoyable. Maybe we'll try it in a ranked game. Where is he? So if you queue for both, oh, so you have to queue for both, and then you get a free fast queue game. But not if you just queue 4 or 5. No one wants to play fucking support. Oh, I don't want to play whatever. Okay, yeah. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, I'm just gonna queue 4 now, and then maybe we'll queue 5 and 4 later, or maybe all 5 rolls, and hopefully we don't get mid. Okay, hope you guys enjoyed the game. Hello everyone, and welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. And for those of you who are coming in now, if you don't know, we are going to be giving away 3 AMD Ryzen 5 3400Gs with Radeon RX Vega 11 graphics. Pretty good Dota 2 computer. We're going to be giving away 3 of these computers starting November 10th. You might be able to... Lulu, are we able to start taking numbers yet? When does the giveaway start? It either starts now, or it starts whenever Lulu's ready. Overkill giveaway? What does that even mean? Do you want me to give out less stuff? Is this international? Yes. Actually, speaking of which, here, let's edit this. Shipping to most countries. Most. Not North Korea. Do I want to start now? What is there a time limit for when giveaways can happen? Because you know, we want as many people in the giveaway as possible, so you know what I mean? I mean, it's not like I need to do it in a 1 hour time period. I don't mind doing the giveaway over, you know, a few days is what I'm trying to say. Oh, Chitan. I don't think this is always the case. Start not? Announce it on Discord. Yeah, we will. Not sure this can go on over 2 streams. Seriously? Number thing is the best way so far. Shipping is free, yes. You don't pay anything. You just make a YouTube comment. How do you enter the giveaway? Stay tuned. Keep watching the stream over the next few days. Because, I mean, we are announcing it on November 10th, so, I mean... Why are your comments not showing here? What are you talking about? Your comments are here? Your comments are... I saw it earlier up here somewhere. Where are you? You said something. Did I miss anything? That's what you said. Yeah, look. You're right here. You're right here, bud. What are you talking about? Anyways, we got a game now. Hello, Gazapram. Best support in the game, Gilherm. I think Vengeful Spirit's really good right now. What if you want to pay shipping? Then give me your money. Okay, Lulu. Do you ship to South Africa? I think so, Lek. You might just be in luck. Although South Africa is a moderately high-income country. Are you sure this computer is better than yours? Or is this going to be like a second computer? Actually, what is South Africa's GDP per capita? Anyways, let's look this up. while we wait for this game. South Africa GDP per capita. Oh, you guys are actually pretty poor. Damn, you're more poor than Brazil. Not as poor as Nigeria. Actually, Nigeria's kind of like they're actually more wealthy than I thought they were. Yeah, they're wealthier than I thought. Holy fuck, Brazil just crashed. 13,000 in 2011 and then 8,000 in 2015. Actually, a lot of countries just went down. Comment containing your website address are not showing here. So Sharma, you're not allowed to link stuff, okay? What's the GDP of Indonesia? It's the same as in Nigeria, actually. It's okay. Where you are born is just a matter of luck. India is also the same as Nigeria and Indonesia, actually.
Hey, we'll hold them down, you knock them out.
I'm gonna ban
5
techies.
seconds left.
Ah.
Darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
India's GDP is big. We're talking about GDP per capita. GDP per capita.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Learn the difference.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
What am I playing? We got a Winter Wyvern? I kind of want to play Zeus again. Although Mirana's kind of decent versus actually I'm just gonna play Mirana.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Vinny, do you hate Arca?
Remember, the goal is to
I thought brown people love other brown people.
Yeah, who am I
Holy shit. This guy's playing offlane Ricky. No, I think we need... Oh shit. We don't really have anyone tanky, huh? Hello, Alex. Boop. 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 Is this an Arcana set? Jupiter, you know, Mirana doesn't have Arcana. What if people pick the same number? Then we will draw again between the tying contestants.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
It's okay, Jupiter. People don't know what they don't know, right? Any recommended position 4 hero? Yes, Mirana. Play Mirana. Hello, Ridho. Did you know you have 2 hoes in your name? Okay, let's play this shizzle. Oh, we have Invoker! Chronosphere, Cataclysm. He gets Refresher, double Cataclysm. It's gonna be sick. It's gonna be sick. Okay, Lulu, whatever. We'll figure it out. You figure it out, okay? If it works, it doesn't. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Here's the shipping fee USD. Please send product to my house in Hong Kong.
You don't have a house in Hong Kong, do you?
To the battle.
It's in the bag.
GDP of India is higher than Canada.
We ride.
Yes, that's true. India also has 1.5 billion people, whereas Canada has 30 million. I don't know why you're trying to point that out, man.
Fair warning. Your death has
Are we like
arrived.
jerking off GDPs now? In fact, I was never talking about GDP anyways. We were talking about GDP per capita.
As you will it.
Oops, I already forgot Tak. Yeah, my bad, my bad.
Good idea.
Is that a core Zeus? Core? Probably. Sanking? Probably a core. Wait. Core? Wait. Zeus support, right? Yeah. Zeus would probably support Wraith King carry. Gyro mid. Sanking off lane. The giveaway is soon. No exact time yet. Just fucking keep watching the stream. Okay, you'll see. Does eye tracker help in gameplay? I cannot see the eye tracker. The eye tracker does absolutely nothing for me. It is for you guys. Thank you, Jason. And every time I talk about GDP, people start getting like really fucking butthurt. Nigerian people are not poor. Are you fucking kidding me? Our entire GDP is like billions of dollars. Okay. It's not what we're talking about. Yes, there are rich Nigerian people, I'm sure. Just like every country.
Okay,
There are rich people and poor people in every country. It's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about GDP per capita, which is the average. Jesus, fuck. How's the eye tracker helping you as a viewer? It lets you know what I'm looking at. How do you be a good player like me? Well, I got it from my daddy. So maybe you can get it from my daddy as well. I'll tell my daddy to give it to you.
Yes.
30 seconds to showtime!
On track.
Oh shit, he moved.
Good idea.
My whole salary.
Lek, thanks for the money. Hey Ricky, you can. Oh man.
And now the moment you've all been waiting for!
At last it's time. Forward, pet.
This is a game-winning arrow right there. Woo! Yes, sir.
First blood. It was ours all along.
Fuck yeah, I'm good. Where's my... Oh fuck, the Invoker's missing his first wave. Man takes 20 minutes to bathroom. Thank you, Lek, for the $10 US. And yeah, I actually look at the minimap a lot. Oh shit. Oh shit. I wonder if this will use Screer.
Since you command it.
I'm just a sniper.
Leap forward.
Boom, baby! Boom!
Agreed.
Boom! How many arrows have I fucking missed so far, guys? How many arrows? That's right. 0 arrows.
Since you command it.
You wanna fight me, bitch? Mm-hmm. You wanna fucking fight? Do you wanna lose?
Good idea.
Okay. All right.
We ride.
Yeah, you wanna waste time? Sure. Go ahead.
Sparkles like the stars. Of course.
Yo, I'm feeling the bottle, dude. I think I'm gonna get bottle. I don't normally get this, but I think we get it
Forward
this
my
game.
bounds.
Alright, we're gonna be sneaky over here. Sneaky time.
As you will it. Good idea. Forward, pet.
Sneaky time.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Boom, baby! Boom!
Agreed.
Oh shit! You dead! You dead! Boom! What can I say? What can I say? What can I say? What can I say?
Not a penny wasted.
Where the runes at?
On the prowl. Of course.
Okay, he's just stunning me for no reason.
Good idea.
Peace. Yeah, I know. Hate is gonna hate.
On the prowl. We ride.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Damn, that's just low. Oh shit! Oh, Zeus is gonna look for this.
Saving invisibility.
Come on, Zeus. You think you wanna? Oh fuck yeah, dog! Oh my god.
Killing spree!
Nah!
An easy shot.
Oh my god.
Good idea.
Man, I'm just all over the place, making the plays.
Forward.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, I should have been up there. Fuck. Wah wah.
Yes.
Oh shit. Let's arrow the Zeus. Will we miss our first arrow?
Forward by bounds.
Boom, baby! Boom!
Since you command it.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower!
Oh fuck.
To the battle.
What can I say?
As you will it.
5 arrows, 5 kills.
On track.
Missed the bounty runes though. There's a column. Oh shit!
Agreed.
Oh shit!
Perfect. Stop.
Oh shit! This guy's dead. He's dead.
Leap forward.
You're fucking dead too, bro. Where's Zeus?
This one's mine. To the battle.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, yeah. Take my bottle off.
Good
Thanks, buddy.
idea.
Let's go look for these runes.
Of course.
Negative.
Since you
Negative.
command it.
I think there's a ward somewhere around here. That's why Coddle came over here to ward for Zeus. That's my.
idea.
Oh! I see him. I fucking see him. Hey, bud. Yeah, we're just gonna fuck off. Oh, hey, Wraith King. Hey, buddy. I'm gonna take his farm. Okay.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
Forward by bounds. Dive.
What item should I get this game, guys?
On track.
Let's see. Physical damage, magical. Holy shit. We need a pipe. Or greaves or something like that. I think we also need Atos. In fact, I might even get first item Atos. Just like that.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done.
Yes.
Oh, she tried to save the catapult, but he couldn't.
Forward, pet stones. Bring down on mine enemy. We
Oh shit! I don't have my arrow, dude.
leap forward. Starfall.
Mega kill!
Oh shit. Oh fuck, I missed an arrow. Nobody saw that. That never happened.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We have sentry.
Forward, pet.
Blue span reported.
Yes.
How dare you? I'm taking away your moderator powers right now. Oh shit.
Good idea.
Oh shit. Oh, this guy's dead. Oh shit.
Of course.
You guys didn't see shit?
Good idea.
Okay, maybe we can arrow this guy. We're gonna redemption arrow right here. Redemption arrow. Redemption arrow.
On the prowl.
Redemption arrow. Hey, Snowpoop, don't mute him for that reason.
Since you
Oh shit, it's going downhill. It's all going downhill now. The luck streak is over. Where is it?
As you will.
No, God! No, God, please!
To the battle.
No!
Winter Wyvern just like fucked off, huh? He's not part of this lane anymore. But Ricky's gonna be a beast late game. He's level 9, dude. He's level 9. Like the highest level on the enemy team is 7. Ruins?
Agreed.
Oh shit.
Stars.
Can you fucking kill him?
On track.
There we go, redemption arrow. No!
Regeneration.
That could have been a 2-man stun.
Your bottom tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Of course. To the battle.
Sagar Gupta, thanks for subscribing. Join the parade of monkeys.
Good idea.
Hey, Snellpoop, don't apologize to me, okay? Apologize to that guy.
Since you commanded.
If you want.
As you will. Yes. Starfall.
Oh my fucking god! Are you fucking kidding me?
Strength shall be our good idea.
Where'd he go, dude?
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Did I miss some my...
Ain't it
Oh,
the
Jesus.
sucker?
Cower.
Oh, no.
Your middle
Oh,
tower's
my...
under
Oh,
attack.
God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I'm actually done.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Agree.
What, not your job or something?
Wow, I can't believe that combo was not enough to kill that guy.
You got one less middle tower now, by the way.
Proud.
Someone gonna survive again? Holy shit. You can't escape Ricky, right?
On track.
There you go. There you go.
Star. Leap forward.
Alright, man. You got it.
Sanaba. Forward, pet. Yes.
Get him, Ricky! Get him!
Your top tower needs some help. Rally the troops and get over there!
Oh shit. Oh fuck. I played. Is it cold where I am, Arjeet?
Yes.
Do you know where I live? I live in Canada.
Your top tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something.
Come on, Void.
important going on.
Yes.
See this, Void.
On the prowl.
Wow, that fucking...
Are you even watching your top
Wraith King,
tower?
dude. You know what's nice about Wraith King's ult? It's kind of like a free setup for my arrow. You think about it. What the fuck? Where's this Void, dude?
Leap forward.
Your top tower is under attack.
Allies disappear. Without you.
It's gonna be the slowest TP of your life.
Since you command.
Yo, Charo, where do you think you're going? Where do you think you're going?
Evil curse.
The rocket. Oh yeah. Easy. Oh, the room's bottom again.
On track.
Motherfuck. Do I want to queue for a Zeus game?
Forward by bounds.
Snowpoop, do you know that I actually just played Zeus? Oh yeah, it happened.
As you will it.
It was actually a great game. What the fuck?
We
Someone already got the power rune? Must have been this asshole. 15-minute runes. Get those runes. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. I don't want to just get this.
Time is money.
The prize is mine. To the battle. This will come in handy.
Oh shit, I don't have TP score.
Forward, pet. Forward by bounds. We ride in perfect union. Of course. Run like
The
a
enemy's
dog
middle
you are.
tower has fallen.
Stop! Cringe, you cur! Out of my way! Yes.
Alright, we got Atos, and now we
Since you
get, I
command.
think, Pipe or Greaves or some shit like that. We're gonna be team fighting beasts.
Max! Star!
We can go Eggs too.
On On track.
Does he have Chrono yet? He does have
Tower
Chrono.
is under attack.
Okay. Well, I can think I can shove out one more wave bottom, and then we're gonna. Oh shit!
As you will it. Starfall.
Someone's getting ganked. Yeah. Oh shit, dude. Not good.
To the battle. Perfect. Stars.
Oh man, I don't have mana, dude. I don't have. Okay, they're the Ricky. The Ricky's here.
Double kill.
I might be able to catch Zeus.
You
Get
better
this.
poof on over to your bottom tower.
Which one's real Zeus?
Guy's putting up a barricade.
You're fucking dead, bro! See you later!
Triple kill.
I need a shrine bad.
Good idea.
Zeus is gonna buy back and kill me.
Leap forward.
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
Good idea. Stars.
Dominate.
I think I'm gonna.
Your bottom tower
I
is
don't know,
under
man.
attack.
First, we need some detection. We're gonna get Hood. Yeah, let's just. Should we go Guardian Greaves? Or do we
Leap
go
forward.
Pipe? I think I want Guardian Greaves because.
On track.
Hi, Devraj.
Ride. On the prowl. Of course.
Yo, I'm like out of item slots already, huh? Oh god, what do I give up? Maybe the bottle for now.
Forward by bounds.
Yeah, I have a sentry, bud.
Good idea.
Top tower needs some help.
That Anjesh guy, he's like totally toxic, man. Like,
Agreed.
I've only ever seen toxic comments coming out of his mouth.
Your top
He made a
tower
toxic
is
comment
under
just now,
attack.
right?
As you will it.
Dire's structures are fortified. Your top tower is under
Send to
attack.
command.
Your
Tier
top
2 for tier
tower
1?
has fallen.
Seems legit.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. I guess they built
Runes, get those runes. I'm gonna use Moonlight right now.
Shadows. Take us. Good idea.
Come on.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Good
Hey,
idea.
blink to me, Ricky. No, blink, blink, blink. Whee! Oh shit!
Forward.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Please end.
Oh shit! There's a fucking regen over there! Oh shit! That's great. Does he have Force Staff yet? To dodge my fucking combo?
Since you command. Stop.
Oh shit.
On delivery.
As you will.
Okay, he's just gonna go back to base? Jesus. I bottle you.
Inferno. shot.
Okay.
Attack. We ride.
Alright, Volker, I'm coming over, bud. Kind of fucking early, though.
On the
I don't have
prowl.
detection either. No detection.
Forward by bounds. Yes. Stars. Good idea.
That the enemy's top tower has fallen.
Of course. Leap forward.
Okay.
Unstoppable!
On track.
The fucking. Oh, there he is.
To the back.
Oh, get sick! Double kill!
Yes. Stars.
Oh my god, I'm just too fucking good. Damn. This is peak performance Mirana, guys.
Enemy's middle
And we still have
tower is
Chrono.
no more.
We've got Chrono still.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh shit. I'm scared, mommy. I'm actually just gonna fuck off, I think.
I'm not ready. Yes.
Oh my, the fucking force jump! I'm out. I'm leaving. I'm not leaving.
Forward.
Oh fuck, Zeus, please don't ult. Please, whatever you do. Does Zeus have ult, guys? Oh shit! Oh shit!
Kill.
This with illusion.
Alright, we're going back in.
To the battle.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. I've called in the fortifications.
As you wish. For the hunt.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Back.
Good idea.
— 25-minute runes.
Stars. We ride.
Oh shit!
Leap forward. Then
Oh shit! How about it?
whimper, dogs. I'll say this. The prize is mine. Since you command, this will come in handy.
Coming. Oh, Jesus. We have Chrono? Oh shit.
To the battle.
Oh, the. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I'm dead! I'm dead! Oh damn! Oh shit! Wow, I don't know, man. I had a 7-kill streak. It is a disaster.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'm gonna get pipe after. I think. I don't think that anyone's building defensive items, like team defensive items, huh? Wait, what's going on?
Hey, that top tower don't fall.
Holy shit!
Oh wait, tell me.
Holy shit! He's dead! Oh shit! They're gonna push our high ground! Oh, this is bad.
Dire structures are fortified.
Good idea.
Tower needs some help.
Not ready.
Chase, chase, chase! Ah!
Not yet. Perfect. Cover before us.
Yes. Yes.
It's not time yet.
Where'd he go? Seriously, though, where'd he go? Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Move! 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 Oh shit! Oh man, that was almost a really good play by them. Actually, it was a good play, it just didn't work out.
Leap forward.
Oh shit! That was my first death earlier? 18, really? Huh? You're right.
Good idea.
Oh Jesus.
Regeneration.
Snail poop, thank you for the 420.
Mr. First Name.
It's a lot of skellies. That Jaro's a support, right? Yeah, he's a support Jaro. He's 4-star.
Since you command star. On track.
Somebody's got to push this lane.
Scatter while you can. Forward by bound.
The enemy's top shrine has
I'm getting scared.
fallen.
I'm actually just gonna fuck off.
I'll save things for later. We ride.
Don't shine its fall into the dire. Immortality.
Fair warning. Your death has arrived.
Alright, good Guardian Greaves.
Good idea.
Hey, Snowpoo, what are you talking about? Did you do what wrong?
Start. Forward.
Have some mana, friends.
Good idea. On the crowd. To the battle.
Ah, you're fucking dunsies. Jesus.
Ally.
Oh, dude.
Take me.
Wow.
I take my off.
Ricky's having the time of his life, though. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! The Radiance Burn, just kill him.
Spree.
Does this guy have his ultimate? Maybe if Ricky just kill Wraith King, he can actually get away. I used my Guardian Screws too late, guys.
You just want attention. You don't want my heart.
Hey, Devraj,
They're trying to knock
think-
down your middle
I don't think he
tower.
means anything sinister of what he said. He's just saying. All the moderators are doing a great job.
And over here we have your middle
Will
tower.
not stop us
Not
that
being there
easily.
no more. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Oh my god, like, are they actually gonna maybe win this game?
Forward by bound.
That'd be amazing.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Agreed.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Just slow him down a bit, you know?
Since you command. Such power.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Of course.
wanted your little barracks to not fall. You're doing it wrong. Honestly, the optic towers are protectable a lot better. This is one of the things back.
Stars!
Your top tower is under attack.
Snail got the kill.
Perfect. Stars, rain down upon mine enemy.
Oh shit.
On the prowl.
Death's bounty.
What need have
Since you command it,
Maybe.
start! We ride. Shadows take us.
Come on, boy, get your ass over here.
Leap forward.
It's all coming back.
Of course.
Jesus, you did double damage, dude.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. South on over smoke.
What the fuck? Okay.
Ooh, your bottom tower's
Oh, Ricky's just gonna die. Oh shit, the fucking Radiant Sprint! Wraith King have Wraith King dead.
tower is under attack.
Oh shit, the wand! Oh!
Your bottom
Oh
tower is
fuck,
under
man, this game is actually really epic. It seemed like a beatdown, and it was for like early mid, but somehow Radiant just playing so well that
Wonderful.
it almost came back. Whew. I don't know if this is a good push. Here, guys, don't die. Sand King gonna combo you.
Again, we ride. Forward, pet. Starfall. Run like the dogs you are. Krinduker. Stop. To the back.
Is anyone else working on pipe or anything like that?
bottom shrine has fallen.
Starfall.
Illusion.
Good.
Does anyone remember Roshan time?
Starfall. The inner light dawns.
Is someone in trouble?
Shadows.
Wait, why did I just fucking use Moonlight for Ricky?
Yes.
Let Ricky jump to you. Invokers in deep.
Good idea. On track.
Man, I kind of came down here for nothing.
As you will it. Agreed. Agreed.
Is that real?
I am legend.
Killing spree.
Oh, why don't I use my Atos?
Good idea.
Dominate. Double kill. Your chronology Mega kill. Triple kill.
Where's Wraith King?
Spree. Own it.
Since you command. To the battle.
Anyone with boots of travel can push top mid.
On track.
Power tread's ready. Great. How about you, Invoker? You have boots of travel? No? This is no boots of travel team?
Evil curse. Forward. Diamond stop. Have learned nothing.
Fortified structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Dire structures are fortified. Ha! The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. How many of those things are there?
Come on, we want some more food. Where's Coddle?
The enemy's
Coddle, come on, die.
barracks has fallen.
As you win.
Ah, they're staying in their fountain. Oh, what the fuck? Somebody tried to kill the Invoker.
On the prowl.
Did I miss Gyro and accidentally hit the Zeus? Yeah, I was like, I was trying to predict the Gyro's Force Staff. Oh shit.
Leap forward.
Wah wah.
Forward by bounds.
But yeah, I'm basically way better than I thought I am.
Agreed. Start.
Get out of pipe.
On track.
So did my arrow kill Zeus? Did Zeus die in that fight as a result of my arrow, Joni?
Yes. We ride.
Oh shit. Care. They're all there. Care. You want some fucking sentries, bro? Here.
Thank you.
Forward, pet. As you win.
I hit the Zeus, then Ricky jumped him.
Since you command.
God, I'm good at this game. We still need to take top tier
Your
too.
tail and run, you mutt. Start. Forward by bounds. Leap forward.
30-minute runes.
To the battle. Shadows take us.
Oh
Good
shit!
idea.
There's a bunch near their triangle. Cure.
Saving this for the prize is mine. On the prowl. Saving this for later. Good idea. Just what are you hiding, Rashad? Of course.
Holy shit!
Dominate unstoppable!
There's a gem, dude.
To the battle.
I'm gem. Have gem.
Since you command.
What the fuck?
On the prowl.
People were just dying left, right, and center, huh? Holy shit!
Good idea.
Holy fuck! What an epic game!
I get sick!
I don't have leap, dude. Boom, baby! Die, Zeus, you fucking shit!
Killing spree!
It was not love.
I don't know what the fuck's going on in this game.
Whimper,
They only have supports left though. They're fucked. Oh.
Yes. Forward, pet.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a
As
Okay, Atos, he's gonna force staff. I'm gonna arrow into the force staff. It worked. Unfortunately, it was actually not a good arrow because nothing really happened. But it was funny.
dust.
Do it. Do it.
Radiant stretches out.
No pussy.
Towers under attack.
Oh, I don't want to suck in this shit. Boom. Wait, Void died?
Top barracks are under attack.
You're supposed to Chrono the Fountain too. That was actually a really good game. I can't believe Radiant. This bottom 11 win streak, I'm jelly? I have 11 win streak? Ricky just said that Potom has 11 win streak, right? Do I have 11 win streak, guys? Let's check out my stats. Oh, by the way, I'm almost 5.8k. Let's see here. Miranda, where are you? What? 11 win streak? Oh, no, my actual games. Oh, right. Oh, it must have shown at the beginning of the game, right? Like, so sexy, god damn it. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, what do we do? I'm gonna queue for all games, and hopefully we don't get mid. If we get mid, that's an auto lose to my 11 win streak. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Yo, I have more farm than Ricky does. Good job, Miranda. That Ricky combine you? What does that mean? Yeah, what are you talking about, Snow Poop? Oh, Ricky commended me? Oh, okay. Oh, look at these sexy stats. Highest KDA in the game? Yep. Lowest number of deaths? Yep. Highest assists? Yep. Oh, God. God damn it. God damn it. Ah. How can I be so good? For those of you who want to learn how to hit arrows, I actually have a video on my YouTube channel, 5 minutes long, very useful. It will help you land arrows, I guarantee it. I have a higher network because Ricky bought back. That makes sense. What's the GPM difference? It's only 26 though. Yeah, actually Ricky's more farmed than I am. Yeah. He actually has higher GPM. Let's just say that. You want to see me play other games? You know what? I may play other games sometime soon. Okay. English only, man. Remember your Miranda game yesterday? I think it was the third game you missed your arrow by 0.2 second. OD, keep blaming you for that. Like, yeah, what? Go suck a dick, OD. Hi, Rezzy. How's it going? I'll show you ass. Why do I select my career and then buy items? Hey, it's a Dota 1 habit. That's all it is. And we got a game. No mid. I'm offlane. Divine 5 offlane. Oh, I'm core.
Whose band is it? Oh.
Okay.
Yours.
I'm not terrible at offlane. Maybe we can do this.
5 seconds left.
So this game, I might actually hit Immortal with core, cause like I think Immortal's around 5.6 or something like that. I'm on 5.596, so this could be our Immortal core game.
Your pick. This is where you win now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Maybe support your pick. Oh shit, we have a level 25 Phoenix. Cool. Alright, what's my best offlaner, guys? I'm pretty good LC. I'm okay with Axe. I can play an okay bristleback unless I get too cocky and I start feeding. Actually happens all the time. Slaughter works too. They have a lot of magical bullshit so far, it seems. Night Stalker's good at suggestion too. No LC against Sky, but what if I buy BKB?
What? Huh?
Oh shit! They picked Night Stalker. Yeah, I'm actually gonna play LC, guys. Woo!
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Let's do a rumble.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
Blue span offlane LC. It's almost as if LC was ready for that. And for those of you who do not know, we are going to be giving out 3 AMD Ryzen 5 3400Gs with Radeon RX Vega 11. Sick computer. Great for Dota 2. First draw starts on November 10th. Stay tuned on how to enter the draw.
You know what to do.
Visit bluespan.gg/giveaway for more details, guys. Check it out. Get a free computer. We ship to most countries. Unless you live in North Korea. Free computer. Yeah. We have lots of tank. I'm gonna be laning against Void, right?
I've come to put an end to hope. Without a doubt.
Ooh, level 25.
Immediately.
Oh, 7th streak prediction? I don't know. I don't typically play core these days. Better not.
Tactical. On it. Not yet. Easily.
You guys should visit bluespan.gg/giveaway to find out which countries we do not ship to.
30 seconds to battle.
Why are we using sad sound effect?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, he has time walk.
Smart move.
Because he lives in North Korea? Ah, okay.
The battle begins. First blood.
Oh shit, Lester's dead, dude.
If they want war,
Oh my
we
goodness.
shall give it to them. Thinking.
Lena support, huh? Oh shit. Oh fuck. There we go, there we go. I'm good. This is actually exactly how I wanted to be blocking.
Repositioning. Darkness comes. Absolutely.
Yo, man, you're fucking pushing the lane. I'm trying to push it back.
Warm up. Yes. Deploying. You will fall. Aye. I hear you now. How much? Calico! I come to conquer! Yield! Charge! Yes. Attack!
Ah, fuck, I missed it.
If you insist.
This guy needs to start pulling.
Take the field! They will burn!
Your middle tower's under attack.
Bring it on! Attack! Oh! Nice. Weakling. Easily. Let's see you bleed. Calico! Burn you down! How much? Deploying. Yes. Yes. Immediately.
You know, Void actually trades pretty decently.
If you insist.
No.
Yes. Crushed. Smart.
Yeah, I need
move.
these courier actually.
Flanking. Engaging. Is a ball. Aye. To battle. Closing in. Darkness comes. Without a doubt. Is a ball. Double damage. Tactical. By demon's will. Absolutely.
Five-minute ruins.
Repositioning. On my way. This will do nicely. Yes. Attack! I come to conquer. Yes.
Oh shit.
Calico! Tactical.
Is he full mana? Yeah, he is.
Darkness comes!
Your top tower needs some help.
Easily. If you insist. Smart move. Burn you down! They will be overrun. Engaging. Without a doubt. Such a waste. Hell march. Repositioning.
Dude, Lina and Void are winning this lane.
Haste.
Yes. On my way. To battle. Ruin your ranks. Take the
Is he dead?
Yes.
You fucking kidding me? Get some intelligence. Good. Jesus Christ. Oh man.
Deploying. Turn the tables.
Hell, is that real?
It's not time. Yes. But I'm under attack. Press the attack.
Go heal. Oh shit, this guy's got he's got his chronosphere.
Immediately.
Dangerous. I'm still level 5, man. This is sad.
You will fall.
He has no mana though.
Absolutely. Fall. Easily. Flanking.
Mana boots.
Yes.
Bouncers back top.
Yield. Without a doubt.
I have a ward right here already.
Deploy.
He does.
If you insist. Closing in.
You get nothing.
Isn't that Night Stalker C?
On my
Yes.
way. They will burn. Triage.
Hey, Pudge is flanking.
The enemy's attacking your middle tower.
Good job. 10-minute runes.
Hell march.
10-minute runes.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Darkness.
Rally the troops and get over there!
Yes.
Runes, please. Runes.
Absolutely.
Nice, we got it. Level 6 Skyra. Void TP top with Chrono.
Oh, they're gonna go.
Repositioning.
Oh, fuck! Oh, that's that. Oh, Jesus.
Well, they used 3 ults for that.
Skywrath uses ult, right? Holy shit. Oh shit.
Dominate!
Alright, this is not a good game for me, guys.
Your middle tower is under attack! What, not your job or something?
Uh-oh. Didn't it look like Shadow Fiend would die? It looked like it, right? I mean, I have 12 armor, you know? It's not like I have that low.
Smart move. It's not time yet.
Well, this guy's going triple Wraith, and no wonder he trades so well.
Aye.
Makes a lot of sense now.
Take the field.
I can heal you, Putch.
Your middle tower
There we
under
go.
attack.
Some good shit.
You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Yes. Without a doubt. Attack! Stand down. Not yet. Smart move. Not time
Fuck, he
yet.
trades so well, dude.
Easily. Not yet.
Oh man. Pudge denied himself. Lena died to neutral creeps earlier. I died. Skywrath died. Phoenix died. Okay.
If I cannot outsmart them, I will outfight them. By demon's will.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
You will fall! Run you down! Let's see you bleed. Denied! Flanking! On it. Hi. Yes. I'm not ready. Absolutely.
Oh, Shadow Fiend's coming towards you guys.
It's not time yet. Yes.
Trash me!
15-minute runes. Get ready for those runes, please.
I have you now.
Yeah, hopefully Lifesteal has farm, huh?
It's not time yet. This will do nicely.
If your middle tower would talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. This is one of the things in the back.
Should I get Blade Mail right now, or should I get the Blink Dagger? I'm gonna get Blade Mail, I think, guys. Yeah, just need Blade Mail. Secure this shit.
I come to conquer. Blade mail.
I guess tanky.
Calico. will burn.
Yo, you gotta get out, dude. You gotta get out.
Yes. Press the attack. Repositioning. Deploying. Hell march. Engaging.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad.
I beg bottom. You think we can defend it? Tower's full.
Fortifications.
There's 5 heroes. I mean, I'm down to us.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Alright, I'm coming bottom.
Aye. Calico!
This sucks dick, dude.
Unrequited.
I quit.
Fear quiets magic.
Too bad.
You know what we needed? We needed more people there earlier. Is what we needed. He has Chrono. He's dead.
I do not take defeat lightly.
We need a few items,
Fudge has
guys.
No items, man.
Get out
Yeah.
there.
I'm not ready.
Fudge has to stop dying.
I'm not ready!
Fudge is 2 and 7. Oh Jesus.
Not yet! Hell march! I'm not ready! Absolutely. If you insist.
How's life to his farm? His relic? Okay.
Yes. On my way! Take the
Yeah,
field.
we just need some items.
Dire structures up.
You know what I've always wondered, guys? How come blade mail doesn't work against neutrals? Right?
The enemy's middle tower has been denied. Get out of here with that garbage. Get over it. Wicked sick.
None of us have detection.
Tactical.
You have sentries. Oh my god.
Can you carry
I don't even-
Ghost Fudge? Like,
It's
come on,
not
dude.
time yet.
Act like we've played some Dota against invisible heroes before.
Ooh, this guy's getting flamed hard. Almost blink dagger.
To battle!
Am I gonna die if I farm this wave, guys? I see one here on the map. 2? Okay, well. Not bad.
Attack! Charge!
Okay, this next wave. I almost have blink dagger. Gonna I just need like 20 seconds to farm it.
Immediately. Yes?
Alright, well, I'm pretty sure bottom tower's gone.
Bottom tower is
I'm thinking to come bottom. I have blink blade
Yeah,
mill.
we can defend it, yeah.
I just don't know how he defends.
Hey Pudge, I'm coming. I have blink blade mill. Nah, there might be people behind him though.
They left.
Smart move.
Nah, I'm gonna be careful for now, Kier.
They're
Yes.
trying to knock
20 minute
down your
rinse.
middle tower.
It's not
You
time
gonna
yet.
do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
I'm watching you, Pudge.
They will
Your middle
burn
tower is under attack.
next. Attack!
Okay.
Without a doubt.
Does he have blink yet? Well, Pudge and I both. Yeah, him and I should be working together for sure. Perfect execution. Oh yeah, there we go. That's what we needed.
Face. On it.
You got it, bud. Yeah, I had to think about the combo. Okay, I was like, he's gonna blink in and dismember. I'm also gonna blink in at the exact same time. I'm gonna right click a few times. And then I'm gonna blade mail and duel as the dismember ends. Like, you gotta think about that shit, you know?
Look at that! Your little tower just got denied. I bet your tower really appreciated that.
I might have to TP. I can TP bottom if there's some kind of emergency.
Smart move.
Oh shit, there's a fucking Shadow Fiend over here.
Yes.
Hello, Shadow Fiend. Yeah, we're just gonna fuck right off. Oh, what? There's no creeps here. Or here. What the? What?
Blinking.
When?
On my way. Not yet. Put me in. Bring it on. Take the field. By demon's will. Not yet.
Go, 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 go! Nice job.
Be gone, Hellspawn! Repositioning.
Did I block Ancient? Oops.
Not yet. Absolutely.
Whoopsie! I'm gonna go fuck off top for a bit.
Ready.
I guess use this side.
Telephone. If you insist. It's not time yet. Without a doubt. Hell march.
I'm scared now.
Tactical. Immediately. I'm not ready.
Shadow Fiend's almost up. He might TP to the shrine. I think Shadow Fiend might be top. He just respawned.
Darkness comes.
Oh no. Nope.
Yield. They will burn.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing. There.
Night Stalker's top.
Do it till that's done.
They will burn.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Take the field. Absolutely. Yes.
25-minute runes are almost up.
Darkness comes.
5-minute runes.
Repositioning.
I think Shadow Fiend, he wants Satanic because he's scared of me dueling him.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Next. I come to conquer.
I feel like baiting this wave, but like, I don't know, I could farm it at the same time.
It's
I
not
don't know, just stay up here for a while. Until something happens. Radiance? I imagine that.
Let's see you bleed.
Oh, there's some action going on over here.
I have you now.
Shadowblade Pudge?
Without
Oh shit.
You!
Maybe you need to give him a heads up.
Flanking. Deploying.
Jesus.
Yes. On my way.
There's someone over here.
Fuck them. Aye.
Man, is there like a ward over here?
Yes.
Like, I've been trying to bait this lane for so long. We had no team. I don't know why we went. Yeah. Fuck, I can't,
If you
like...
insist.
I think they're smoking on you, top. Be careful.
Okay, thanks.
Sharper still. Smart move.
Oh, I'm scared looking at bottom.
On it. To battle!
I'm gonna die in a second. Oh shit. He's got people behind him, like... He's got it, right? He's not gonna push next wave.
Yes.
Nope.
By demon's will.
Yo, maybe I should just go bottom. If he pushes next wave, I'm gonna go. Hey, I'm coming bottom.
This guy with Pudge and Global.
Can I duel? Can I duel? Come on, man. Give me some damage. What the fuck, you fucking greedy fat shit?
Could have got that off, he would have lived.
Yeah, I would have had to glow.
Yes.
I don't know about that. Void's like what? He's 17. It's not like his time walks that far.
Fusion.
I'm not ready. Easily.
Hey, look at you, knocking down that bottom tower.
Darkness comes.
There's no void for 20.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Charge.
Your top tower needs some help.
If you insist.
Man, we have no vision. I'm scared. I'm gonna be buying eggs, so
Halatho.
don't try to kill the person I duel.
Your top tower has fallen.
Aye.
Hey, camps over here?
Not yet. Deploying. Absolutely.
Oh, shit.
On my way. I'm not ready.
So after eggs, why are we not playing reactor? Are you fucking kidding me? They have Aegis?
Yield. Without a doubt.
People always find some way to blame shit. Oh, I guess I'm getting Halberd after. We're getting Lincolns.
By demon's will.
That guy's getting Lincolns. 30-minute runes.
Yes.
I have a gem. Can we put together now?
It's not time yet.
Okay. Let me see if I can
Blinking.
maybe grab bottom runes.
Yes. No. I'm not ready. Not yet.
Actually, my TP scrolls on
Take
cooldown.
the field.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Alright, here goes the gem. GG, dude. Where's our fucking team, dude? Really fucking nice, guys.
Repositioning.
Whose fault is that?
It's not
Except yours.
time yet. On it. Turn the tables. Darkness comes.
Top tower is under attack.
Like, what are you even doing there?
You'll be fine. That's how it's called. I'll wait till.
Oh, someone got some stats.
Not yet. Yes. I'm not ready. Yes. It's not done.
Your ultimate, dude?
Easy. Not yet. I'm not ready. Not yet. Take the field. Ha! Deploying. It's not time yet. Hell march. Now's the time. Smart move. Absolutely.
How can I win this game, dude?
I'm not ready. Bring it on. Without a doubt. Yes. They will burn.
Shadow Blade Pudge. He has 2 ganking items. Like he blinks on them or he can Shadow Blade. Seems kind of excessive.
Repositioning.
Get 9,000 dual damage. Okay.
Immediately.
There's no global. Why would we?
If you insist. Not yet.
You have Satanic yet?
Just hook that, dude? Oh my god, Pudge. You just be a player at all this game?
Not in range.
You have a fucking blink dagger. What do you mean you're not in range?
By demon's will.
Holy fucking shit.
Overwhelming odds. Flanking.
Am I gonna fucking lose this duel? He's so powerful, bro. Protection?
Not yet.
2 for 1. That's not bad. Where's Void, anyways? Void's here, care. Void's here, care.
Killing spree! Triple kill! The bottom tower is under attack.
What is? There's something over here that he's pinging about?
Not yet. Another down. Repositioning.
There's Gem?
It's not time yet. Yes. Turn the tables. Attack.
Getting a butterfly and this roach is gonna be up soon.
Aye.
35-minute runs.
On it. Deploying.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm not ready. If you insist.
For me.
Can I just duel someone and get the fuck out?
Field.
I think Night Stalker's around here. Yeah, there he is. He's right there.
March.
That would have been dangerous.
Smart move.
I hope he doesn't see me.
On my way. Immediately.
Dear diary, today I watched a bunch of Dumbos wander around doing nothing.
Darkness comes. Yes.
Keeping to shrine.
Without a doubt. Yes. Tactical.
I have eggs. I have eggs.
Killing spree! Triple kill!
I'm not.
Mega kill! Double kill!
Yes. Not yet.
Jesus Christ, dude.
He has the gem.
Flanking. Hell march.
I need to leech some HP.
Heaven's halberd.
Yeah, I need dual damage, dude. This dual damage is so sad.
If you insist.
He's gonna have butterfly in a minute. You guys need him.
It's not time yet. I'm not.
I need HP. I need HP.
Closing in.
Can I beat this guy?
Flanking.
Ay!
Yes.
Fuck. I have to do the combo real quick.
Yes. Not yet. It's not time yet. Repositioning. Attack! On my way.
Is that real? That's fake,
Yes.
Lena. Fake Lena. And I blocked my ancients. Oh, I'm almost 25, huh? Well, I can probably get AoE. Yeah, AoE press the attack. That's better. Actually, most people don't get it. Only 11% of people get it. Seriously? Huh, interesting.
I'm not ready. By demon's will. Immediately.
By the way, Delta, the pet does not give you away. The enemy can't even see the pet.
Smart move.
I do need damage, but they have so much magical bullshit, Lena, Light Strike Array, that I need this AoE stun.
It's not time yet. Aye. Not
Oh, God.
yet. Take the field.
Welcome to the secret.
Calico.
Oh, Phoenix.
Burn. Crush.
I was trying to bait.
Yes.
Fucking Pudge, dude. He's just like... Oh, he's got a jam. I'm coming, Pudge.
Not yet.
Unstoppable!
Chrono's down.
Darkness comes.
Oh god, that's so scary, dude.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. You got one less middle tower now, by the way.
I'm not so sure that I do.
Engaging.
Oh god, this game is so hard.
Repositioning.
What's my next item, guys?
I'm not ready.
I might actually need BKB on top of my eggs.
Ball.
Maybe I
Yes.
should just fucking duel him. I don't know. Fucking duel that guy. I don't think they'll push without Chrono. Yeah, they'll probably just wait it out. That's what they should do.
Without a doubt. to conquer. Not yet.
Careful, Pudge. Oh my god. I think they have wards around this area.
Take the field.
Dude, oh my god. I don't know about this, dude. Enjoy.
Double kill.
It's not time yet.
Well, I mean, our mid and our 4?
They will burn.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Darkness comes.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. Our bottom tower has fallen. You better pop on over to your bottom tower.
No, I have X. I have X.
Not time yet. I'm not ready. My demons will.
Wow. I need some fucking dual damage. I'm so hungry for dual damage, guys.
Not time yet.
Is Void still around there? I'm coming with the gem.
Not yet.
Why don't we just use Cliff?
If you insist.
Is he gone?
Yet. I'm not ready.
Go, Lifestealer. Push.
On my way. Double damage. Attack! Now's the time. Absolutely. I'm not ready. Yes.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Did Void use Chrono last fight? I think he did, right?
It's not time
Yeah,
yet.
he did.
Okay.
Deploying.
Actually, they have backdoor protection and they're almost all up.
Take
go
the
back.
field. I'm not ready. To battle.
So we have AC already, right? I need another item. I'm not sure what it's gonna be though.
Time yet. Absolutely.
Damn it, Phoenix, you greedy shit. Stop that.
Without a doubt.
So if we already have... Oh, shit.
Yes.
Oh, he has Lincoln's, don't forget.
On it.
I'm coming too. I'm really close. I'm really close.
My. Do something or something.
Die already? Die? Jesus, I'm so weak, dude. Oh my god. All the damage is coming from Blade. Coming from Blade Mail. 45-minute runes.
Not yet.
I just need more duels, man, guys. Just need some duels. Give me some duels, Gaben. Please.
Will do nicely. Not yet.
I don't have duel. I don't have duel.
Yield.
I don't want to carry this gem though. Actually, let's just buy it from the side shop. Yeah, I just need damage, dude. Maybe we just go Daedalus or some shit.
My demons will.
Fresh meat.
They're slowly throwing. Do they have evasion? Does
Engaging.
the Shadow Fiend go butterfly by any chance? Let's see here. No, he's just straight up like tanky build.
It's not time yet.
Void has butterfly, but I'm not sure if I should devote an item to counter that one hero's evasion. You know what I mean?
It's not time yet.
Oh fuck, I block Ancients again.
Yes. Charge.
Actually, he might get Butterfly because he has the Massive Madness, right? Or is that gonna be for Satanic? Or it could be both, right? Bloodthorn also makes a lot of sense.
Blanking.
Like, I'm actually really farmed, but if I'm just not farmed in dual damage apparently.
Yes.
I guess Satanic too. Okay.
Easily.
Actually, do we get Bloodthorn?
It's not time yet. They will burn.
Yeah, I think we actually get Bloodthorn.
Closing in. It's not time yet. On my
Straight up.
way.
Can I give someone this gem?
Not
I need
yet.
room for my Bloodthorn. Actually, we don't have buybacks. That's.
Yes.
You want gem? Okay. All right, and then we had lots more damage now.
I'm not.
And also, we can cast press the attack
On my way.
like a lot more often.
Hell march.
Oh, Pudge, you don't have armor, bro. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Yes.
Fucking supports killed my egg in the back. Come on.
Oh no! Oh, no!
I have seen the future. You're not in it.
Wait, did Lifestealer buy back just now? How did he did he just get in a creep? How did he survive? Oh shit, that's game, dude. Who supports solo my egg in the back? Anyways, that's game, guys. This game's over. Oh, damn it. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have bought the Bloodthorn.
Your middle barracks are under attack. They'll be sorry if they fall.
Actually, I'm not sure that would make a difference. We would probably still lose.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
Oh, he's a Satanic, dude. No. Buying time.
Hey, you bought a barracks.
Oh god, not enough time though. Yeah, we lost, dude. Yeah, we lost the rush. GG 11 win streak.
Never did nothing to deserve that. Barracks has fallen. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad. Your top barracks ain't nothing. The enemy now have mega creeps. Double kill are a legend.
Wow. Can't do shit. We're dead. Yeah, you know what? This guy would probably eventually just get either Butterfly or Satanic. He left his build open.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
End the misery, please. Oh man.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. You gotta defend your ancient.
You played like shit, bro. Who's he talking to? Oh, Pudge is flaming the Phoenix and the Phoenix flamed him back. I see.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No! No!
Yeah, you know, I remember dueling Shadow Fiend mid at the beginning of the game and then losing. Actually, did I give him dual damage? I remember I died. Yeah, I gave him dual damage in the beginning. He was super low. He had like 20% HP, and I ran at him and I dueled him under his tower. He had 20% HP though. Come on. Jesus. Oh well. Alright, back to playing position 4, guys. By the way, they play Pudge mid at 8k, 7k. Do I think the Scepter was a bit early? It depends on how you look at it.
Your turn to ban.
What am I gonna ban? I'm gonna ban Techies. So,
5 seconds.
I bought the eggs, but if Void Chronos me, then he still can't kill me, and none of them can kill me except unless I was Void was the one dueling me. I actually dueled the Night Stalker a few times, and it looked like I was not doing very much damage, and that's true. But that doesn't mean I need to duel the Night Stalker, right? I could have chosen other people to duel, like the Skywrath or the Lina. Sometimes you just don't have the opportunity, and you kind of duel the first thing that you see, or the second thing that you see. You just don't have time sometimes, right? Yeah.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to
Rank 300 Caudle.
do.
Yo, Lagger. Playing your hero, bud.
Your pick now. Meepo.
Actually, let's look at the graph for last game. I think it was probably pretty one-sided. Wait, what? We were winning the whole time? Except for the very end? It didn't feel like it, right? Weren't they like way ahead in kills? What? 30 to 46? But statistically speaking, according to Dota Plus, we were winning at pretty much every point in the game. Wait, what? That's actually really interesting. Good job, Raj. Yeah, Baden's a sick hero, dude. Such a high skill cap hero. Like, your guy's gotta be everywhere, man. You gotta see, like, who do I heal? You know, when do I deny myself? Who do I shield? When are the dispels coming? Do I just run in and try to silence them rather than casting spells? Glad you like the Baden set, Brandon.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Stay tuned in to figure out how you can enter the giveaway. So they have a rank 300 and a 500, but we have one rank 300. That's it. And a bunch of rank 1000, 2000s. Hi, Pritesh. And Paratosh, yeah, the haters gonna hate, you know? And when you have thousands and thousands of subscribers, you know, some of them hate you. I think I need to lane against the Bloodseeker. Or do I lane against the LC? Oh, this guy might be a Smurf, huh? He only has 800 games. That's right, the Raj. That's right. I don't have time to analyze my replay, dude. I'd rather just play games.
I see the way. I travel with the mist.
Okay, we're gonna start like this, I think. And who's safe lane is Wraith King. So Wraith King actually gets shit on by LC. So we're gonna start bottom, and then we're gonna right click LC down a bit, and then we're gonna go top, I think.
More than likely.
I'll put a ward here. Just know.
That's an interesting word.
Well studied. Chosen of Avaris.
Oh, found you.
30 seconds to showtime. Tis brilliant that most fire is in the bag.
Indeed.
There's a Phoenix shield hit through. Oh shit.
Went through all the moppers. Moppers were at all value.
Does it hit through a Fog of War? I still have shield. I'm here.
First blood!
It is only right that first blood should go to
Legit, dude.
You want to dive tower? I can shield. Maybe not.
I see. So weird. It's not time. A Phoenix shield. Indeed. Fly, my steed. I should say so. Very cunning.
Oh, mid gyro. Okay, I'm gonna go back to base.
This
Should I go top to help Sand King? He's got level 1 stun. Oh, he's good, right?
I see the way. I see. All mine. I should say so. Indeed.
Not for you.
Things are rarely as they seem. I travel with the mist. Chosen of Avaris.
Tanking a top?
I ride.
Tanking, are you okay, top?
Such power.
I don't think we need you here.
Yeah, maybe I'll just go top.
And that. As counsel. So I have sworn.
Yeah, I'm just like level 1. Let's go top.
Avernus. More than likely. Look upon the Lord of Avernus and beware. So be it. Who goes there?
Okay, man.
I just might.
I can dispel you. I can dispel.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Follow me. I say not. Like shapes in mist.
Oh no. No, it's not gonna reach. 5-minute runes.
I'll take your tribute.
Oh shit.
Eyesight. Such power. Mist moves. So be it.
Oh fuck. Oh, I need to just come bottom.
I see the way. Very cunning.
Oh shit.
Like shapes in mist. I see.
Yo, mate, don't make me deny myself, bro.
Quickly as I go.
Killing spree! Hey, welcome back!
So it goes.
You wanna do this?
I'm under attack. Run them down.
Oh shit, dude.
Just might.
Get him! Good job. Good rotation. Dude, those guys are really ballsy, huh?
Tribute to my house.
Oh shit!
Say so.
Look, the
Pretty cool.
enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
That's not for the likes of you. From the west.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there!
Cunning.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Nothing doing till that's done. Puff on over to your bottom tower!
I can give you mana, you can cast your spells.
TP Wraith King bottom.
So be it.
I don't know if I should be down there.
Unstoppable! They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower's under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on.
GG. Who got all the farm just now? Was it Sanking?
More than likely. I just might.
Moonlight.
If your mid tower
10 minute
could talk,
runes?
it'd be pretty mad at you.
How's Wraith King doing? Level 7? 10 minute runes?
Ooh,
He has a bottle,
your
he's probably gonna
bottom
want
tower's
this.
Kinda bad.
Well studied.
Puck is now flaming Wraith King.
I might add that. I travel
Fuck is going on, man?
chosen of Avernus. So I'll take your point. Chosen of Avernus.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Puck's level 10 versus 7 Gyro. Holy shit.
I ride. So I have sworn.
Ah, this guy thinks it's all about him.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I don't know how I can help you between tier 1 and tier 2, dude.
I'll play with you, Puck. Sorry I'm bad, dude. I'll play with you.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
I see.
Dire structures are fortified.
Coming mid.
The enemy denied their middle tower. Killing spree.
Is that a rage buyback?
Tower is under attack.
That's a rage buyback. He can't even TP in. Unless he didn't know that he couldn't TP. He doesn't have duel.
Dominate.
Okay. Legion Commander has Velo Discord?
Well studied. I might add that.
Come on guys, let's just stop talking and play the game, thanks.
Such power. I should say so.
Oh, I can buy Tome. This Pudge needs to shut the fuck up.
Chosen of Avernus.
Yeah, fuck this Pudge.
For the House of Avernus. I might add that.
Oh, please don't feed. The stun was really early. Oh shit. Oh, please, come on.
Mega kill.
I just might.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I should say so.
Oh my god.
Hey.
All this was promised me.
I'm about to mute him.
Your middle
Mute this
tower's
fuck.
under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Like shapes in mist.
Just play the fucking game. Just play Dota 2. Just fucking play the video game.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I see you, I see you, Sand King. We have one sentry.
I see.
15-minute runs.
Indeed.
My god.
Middle tower
Bloodseeker's
has been
there just now.
denied. Dire structures are fortified. Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad. Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap.
Things are rarely as they seem. I travel by the house upon us. Such power. Reversing from Avernus.
Unstoppable! Heads up, we're back.
Mist moves.
You guys think gonna win this game?
I see.
I don't know what I think. I got arrow. Okay. I'm dead. Oh shit, dude.
Bottom tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that. Your bottom
can use your
tower is
ultimate.
under attack.
Holy sh! Oh, he survived, dude. That's amazing. Puck's TPing bottom tier 2, guys. Oh my god. Moonlight. They use Moonlight.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Save this fucking asshole.
I travel.
Enemy's top towers.
Yep.
I should say so. Such power.
Alright, I'm gonna get Ether Lens.
Chosen of Avernus.
Oh hey. Free ward.
By the house upon us.
Puck just bought Midas.
I see the way.
Yeah, you know what? We actually need to follow this retard around. You heard me. Retard. Because he's just gonna keep feeding. You wanna duel Abaddon? Do you wanna lose? This guy bought Boost Travel or something? No, he just TP back with full HP and mana for no reason.
I might say that.
Whose talents are better? Coddle's talents or my talents, guys? My talents kind of suck dick.
So it goes.
60 miss coil. Ah, that's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah, you know, not bad. What are Coddle's talents though? 30% XP gain, that's pretty good. Cast range is pretty good. I'm scared looking at the puck though.
Such power.
20-minute runes. Oh, they use moonlight. They moonlight.
I travel with this.
Duration 15 seconds.
Invisibility.
Yeah, can we kill this LC here?
Oh shit. Is that Sand King talking just now? Oh shit. Oh my god! You fucked up big time.
To my house.
Oh, he's got a bottle too? LC Velo?
For a little down.
What that mean?
Feeling fresh?
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, there's not a whole lot you can do about that, you guys. I think someone should
Enemy's
purchase
bottom
blade
tower's
mail.
gone. Nice, right?
Is it me?
Just might.
Maybe I should buy blade mail. Yeah, I think he's talking to Wraith King mostly though.
I see.
My favorite customer.
What the?
So it goes.
LC Velo. Akaben.
From the mist.
So if they're like going all in on magic damage, then I should probably buy a pipe or something, or Sand King should. Oh, he's got one.
I might have that. I see
Die, Cardle, die! Fuck, I don't know which one to do. Cash is shit!
I see the way.
Oh my god.
Chosen.
It was at this moment that he knew.
Such power.
Oh, shit. Oh, Puck's still on him, dude. Is it Yules? Oh shit. Oh, he's dead, dude. I can't save that guy. How can I save?
Eating a big guy.
Killing spree! Double kill! Hey, look at you! Knocking down that bottom tower! If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. What, not your job or something? Fortified.
Oh, the double stun, dude. That's so cool.
Your middle
Yeah, like so chakra reduces like cooldown by 6-7 seconds? 7 seconds, and Wraith King stun is 8-second cooldown. So yeah, you could chain 2 of them together. That's pretty cool.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. This is one of the things in the back column.
Seals. And then reveals. I see.
Coming.
Holy fuck, this guy's a beast. Is that like a legit build? No! Moonlight, they use Moonlight. I'm coming with dust.
A prize.
As counsel.
Do we have Spirit Vessel? What if I get Spirit Vessel?
You're on your own, fuck.
Sound effects not working? Okay.
I like these troublemakers.
Here, maybe wait me Velo. Hold on, let me. No, I can't do anything about the bot right now. The game's too intense. What if we get Spirit Vessel? Or do we get? Or do we get? Or do we get like Solar Crest or Glimmer or some shit?
Here, guys, I think this is bad. I don't have my ulti either.
Okay. Yo. They don't have vision on you. Oh, okay, they do.
Killing spree.
Play around my vision, guys. My next objective is road.
Fuck off, Jesus. Wow, can you fuckers stop?
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You done good.
Bunch of fucking. Meanwhile, I wonder if he can get this range track. Go, Catapult, go! Go, Catapult. Yes! He did it, dude, he did it!
Barracks is falling.
Space!
No ripping.
We got range racks because I fucking died bottom! Space!
Behold.
What fucking Velo LC Shivas. Oh yeah, sound effects bot. Okay, the bot should be back up in like 10 seconds.
Run them down.
In what was I doing?
Moonlight.
Indeed.
What the fuck? Why? My thing keeps alt tabbing.
Rarely as they seem. I ride.
Whew. This thing is too hot.
I should say the lesson of Avernus.
Stay near.
Oh no. Yeah, we do have a lot of skeletons.
Chosen Amaris.
We go.
I drink from the pot of shield impenetrable.
Oh shit! This guy's too tanky. Oh Jesus!
I'm all for 3.
I see you tanking. No, 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 not me, not me, not me. And Akaben!
Dire structures are fortified. Killing spree!
Yep. Yeah, I think LC. I don't know what's an LC, dude.
Enemy bottom barracks just took a dive. Lot better ventilation now. Ask any creep. Those barracks are stuffed.
GG. Just like that. GG.
Turned into a pile of rocks. The enemy's middle barracks are just as soon. The enemy's middle barracks is
Oh,
falling.
Blessed Grass Dagon, dude.
Reported?
Dude, the Radiant have no one to blame but themselves.
Middle tower is no more.
Yeah, I'm gonna report Puck too. I don't know if LC legitimately thinks his build is good. I can't tell.
I couldn't have done it better myself. Killing spree. Dominate. Double kill. Killing spree. Dominate. Radiant win. Time to get out of here.
You know, early game was really like Monka-esque. You know, I was like running around level 1 until like minute 5 or something like that. I don't know. I just felt like I didn't do anything. Oh, these two were cute together. Huh. Yeah, we were pretty much winning the entire game. Sandking's a Smurf, by the way. Yeah, I looked at his, at the beginning of the game, you can see that he only has 800 games on that account, so he was a Smurf. New game. Oh god, static. Rank 200, rank 200. Rank 500, that's the Mirana from last game. Maybe he'll play Mirana again. If he plays Mirana, I'll play Abaddon, probably.
5 seconds left.
There's techies. Yeah, so we should be really close to 5.8. Like really close. Oh, we are 5.8. We are 5808. Sharma, you should go to sleep, bud. 5.8 carry. Thank you. Hard support, Mr. Rank 1400. Hi, Sahil.
10 seconds.
Offlane.
5 seconds left.
Oh, we have Lich hard support.
Your pick now. You know what to do.
Safe mid Juggernaut, really? Well, let's play some Vengeful Spirit. Oh shit, they got a Treant. Fuck Treant players. Oh god, that's gonna be annoying. We're gonna have to buy so many Dust and Sentries, dude. In fact, I might even start with Quelling Blade. Just start cutting down all his trees. In fact, we might even buy 2 Quelling Blades. That's how much I hate Treant.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Just joking, that doesn't work. But 3 will! Ah, just joking, just joking. Oh, we got a timber saw. Cut those trees. Timber versus AA? Something, some Porke, Todos, Los Divinos, Sarah. Okay, here comes the flaming. I know what Timbersaw could say. You know, he's like, you can't lose health regen if you don't get hit by his ultimate. Yo, man, I picked Vengeful Spirit so I can amplify my team's physical damage. But we have Timbersaw. Fuck, why every Divine players are like that? That's racism.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Oh, the OD. Alright, okay. How do we do this? Do we have enough lockdown this game? Our lockdown is kind of garbage, huh? We have my stun. And we have Sinister Gaze from Lich. Which is basically suicide for Lich. And where do you think Treant's gonna go? I think Treant will go bottom with LC.
This one is in the bag. That one is too, and that one, they are all in the bag. The time has come.
Okay, let's go like this. OD's AFK, nice.
I am there.
I thought I predicted my 7th streak. No, I guess maybe I just didn't follow through. I don't know how I feel about this game, guys. I picked Vengeful Spirit to amplify our physical damage, but the only physical damage person is Bloodseeker. I thought we were gonna get a Slaughter and a Drow and a Sven and a Jug, but turns out we have a Timbersaw and OD. Wah wah. So normally I would also get. I actually really like Vlad's on this kind of team, guys. Yeah, I like Vlad's, but once again, we don't really have right clickers. except for Bloodseeker. So I think we actually go Spirit Vessel. We go Wand, Spirit Vessel. Wand, Spirit Vessel, Solar Crest or something like that. And we want to Spirit Vessel the person that Treant puts his armor on. And or Elsie. And then we put the Solar Crest on probably whoever's going ham. So probably the Timbersaw. And then we also buy Divine Rapier next, and then we drop it and feed it to the enemy team. Alright, we buy Divine Rapier first item.
Attack!
30 seconds to battle!
It's not time yet.
Wand. Cern. Oh, some shit's about to go down. Treant's missing.
Vengeance flies beside me.
That's starting! We got a job to do!
In my blood, winds of vengeance. Very well. Faster.
First blood!
That was but the first
Double kill!
The sky despises the look of you. Yes.
Fuck, my thingy. My clarity, dude. Look at me, I'm the Curie now.
Heads up, we're back! And his name is John C!
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, you know, guys, I'm actually thinking about Atos as well, because our lockdown is so fucking garbage. Actually, I don't know. Oh god, it's such a terrible item on me though. Atos, really? 20 intelligence could. Nah, mostly useless. 10 strength useful. 10 agility useful. Yeah, I don't know, man.
3, 2, 1, let's go!
Yeah, get into that tower. Elsie's dead. Oh, bottom's going well.
Okay, whoa!
The trees, I tell you, the trees. Double kill. Oh, I was gonna put a ward here, but I totally forgot about it. Whoopsie. Actually, you know, we need to stop A from pulling. Yeah, he should be here trying to pull in a sec. Hey, what do you think you're doing, bud?
Let my vengeance soar.
Lich can buy Atos with his position 6 farm. Hey, bud, what do you think you're doing? Yo, Wraith King, like, as long as I keep A off of Timbersaw, like, Timbersaw will just shit on Wraith King.
By the blood opinions of Avila.
I'm gonna counterpull. Pulling. I think A is gonna miss his pull. Or is he? He's gonna miss his pull? Yeah, he's gonna miss his pull. Like that. Yo, man, what do you... Yeah, you better fucking run, bro. You better fucking run.
Faster.
Yeah, I win this lane just by keeping A off of Timbersaw. Actually, maybe we can kill.
Vengeance flies beside me.
buddy. You're just fucking digging yourself a deeper hole. Trees. Nope, no pull for you. Support game, guys. Learn how to support, honestly. Way better than carrying. Way funner. Look, he's just looking like, look at him, like, look at those low HP bars. That's all he does, is look at low HP bars. That's not what I do.
I am not hungry.
Juicy, 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 juicy.
I am there.
Guy's putting up a barricade.
If you insist.
Oh yeah, juicy farm. I think Wraith King just fucked off. Oh, there he is.
As you wish.
Yeah, no, they're losing this lane really hard. You can't tell yet, but the little advantages will start to overwhelm them like a tsunami. Didn't I have clarity on the ground? Where is it? Huh.
I fly. If I must. To battle. Very well. The time has come.
5-minute runes.
If you insist. Faster. Let me
5-minute runes.
my vengeance.
No one's using courier, man. I'm just gonna use it then. Do you want to do this? Use a fucking shrine, bitch. Use fucking shrine.
Killing spree.
Nope. Yeah, top is one. Well, this guy has arcane boots. We're gonna stop A from pulling by counter pulling.
If I must.
Right. Oh, well, he's still here. He's still here. Where's Wraith King? I'm scared.
Let my vengeance soar.
Here's your mana.
I am there.
I think we can dive them in a second. Is he get this guy almost 6? No, no, he's not 6, but we can still dive. Oh, Odie's coming. Timbersaw.
My sentiments precisely.
Killing spree. Double kill.
You're gonna die, Ember! Oh yeah. Fucking gangster. Oh sh.
Enemy's top tower exploded.
Oh, I'm scared, man. Wait, what? I got 2 levels in Vengeance Aura? Shit. Wrong button. Don't tell my teammates. Fuck. What a stupid skill. For this team, like, maybe if I have Drow and, like a Sven or a Jug, you might get this, but, not this team. Not a good idea. I'm just gonna use this.
Yes.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. You gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny? Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hey, OD, do they have any wards mid? Okay.
I am there.
God, dude, I'm too late. This Lich is terrible. Isn't he like, yeah, he's like the lowest ranked player.
If I must. Four.
Double damage.
Okay.
I am no target.
Oh shit. Come on, I have stun, I have stun.
Sword. Shall be broken like a mile.
Oh, he's too fast. And I just hit 6, man. If only I was 6 there, he would be dead for sure.
I fly. With a vengeance.
Here's a tree ant coming.
Stars doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done.
Hey, I have ward here, Lich.
The time has come.
Dominating.
I can swap him. Holy shit! Wow! Lich armor. Or tree ant armor. Wow, dude. Oh god, that's so bad. Oh. Damn it, dude. We all thought he was dead.
The time has come. Let my vengeance soar.
Can I have Blood Rage? Nah, it's level 1, whatever, dude.
My sentiments precisely. Faster. As you battle. If I must.
Discover what lies beyond.
My wings are broken.
You want me to stun the Ember with Slight and Remnant? Come on, Timber, say something, bud. You're a clever boy. I'm sure.
I will not fall again. If you insist.
Stun him, stun him. Okay. Let me get right on that, Chief.
Vengeance flies beside.
Oh god, oh god. I think something bad's about to. AA's ultimate's coming. Oh, you're fucking angry, bro? You angry?
with a vengeance.
Ah, Jesus.
Very well.
Fuck, I was about to swap the Lich.
Here's a blade in your eye.
Dominating! Double kill!
Done. I am there.
Hmm.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
I need to use. I need to buy detection.
I fly.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, you know, I know how to flame this guy.
Your bottom tower is under attack. What do you mean? Your tower is gone?
Oh wait, I was gonna buy Sentry. I forgot about that.
If I must. Very well.
Spirit Vessel.
Vengeance flies beside me. I am not.
This, you know what this guy's problem is? His dick's too big. That's what he thinks anyways. 15-minute runes. Oh god. You're by yourself mid, by the way, bud.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
My sentiments precisely.
What the fuck? I was TPing. Oh, this fucker. Oi! I TP top, but Ember stopped the TP. You can't talk because you're too toxic, right? Timber? OD's toxic? I don't think OD said anything toxic, dude. Jesus Christ. You give this guy a free lane and all he does is bitch. Like a little fucking cunt. Aye! Oh man. I don't want to die.
I fly.
Shaved in searing heat.
Oh shit, wrong time. Oh no. Oh.
kill.
This OD is really bad. Okay, can we just play the game? Thanks. Oh, any Dota. Oh, why?
Attacking your middle tower.
I'll not be stopped so easily. Very well.
Oh, here they go.
Your
Just
middle
play the
tower
fucking
is
game,
under
okay,
attack.
kids? Jesus.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Faster.
Just play a game and shut the fuck up, thanks. God.
I am there.
God, I'm gonna fucking die for this shit. Where am I? Oh shit. What the fuck, man?
Your bottom tower's kind of bad. They had once blood.
What?
I am
Your bottom tower's kind of bad.
as you
Holy shit! No!
let my vengeance soar.
No! Oh, Jesus.
Double kill.
So exposed.
Fuck you. Oh, tried to deny it, didn't work.
How many times must I set out on this road? If you insist. Nice and
Oh, I was just about to swap. That could have been really bad. What the fuck? My spirit. Oh, they're too powerful.
Radiant called in the
Alright, I'm done.
fortification.
Okay.
Your middle tower has fallen. Hey, welcome back.
to battle. Feel my pain.
Oh, wow.
Vengeance lies beside. My spirit soars.
How many remnants does this guy have? 2 remnants? None placed down?
I am there.
Okay. Man, they still have mid tower.
Forward.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Here comes AA's ultimate. Oh, Jesus.
Killing spree.
The time has come.
Oh, God. I'm fucking dead, too. I'm out of here.
Double kill.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Your top tower needs some help. This is one of the things in the bad column. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower. Top tower is under attack. Very well.
Okay, where do we play now? This guy's Odie's actually really underfarmed. Oh, here comes the YOLO Timbersaw. I'm dead.
Double kill.
We lost.
Double kill.
I'll report Odie and Timber. Well, he can't be there. It's not his fault. Man, I give this Timbersaw a fucking absolute free lane. Free lane. Easiest farm of his life.
Isn't this? I am not argue.
Hello, Milan. Long time no see.
As you wish. Battle.
No ultimate for you. I don't want to save that guy. Nah.
Double kill.
With a vengeance.
2 for 2.
Your top tower needs some help.
Faster.
Your top tower is under attack.
Time. Let my vengeance
Your
soar.
top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
If I must.
Do they have sheep stick yet? No. No sheep stick. Oh, he's leaving.
Faster.
Hey, BJ. Oh, look, the real BJ, right? Hey, BJ, do you have another YouTube account that you've been using to chat on my stream?
As you wish.
Do you? Oh, God.
I am not.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, kill me please. Yes, thanks. No duel, thanks. No, Sebastian, what I'm trying to say is that the other guy also pretended to be this blackjack, and I didn't believe him, but he was really insistent multiple times that he was, and it was really obscure. I don't know why someone would try to do something like that. BJ, can you please reply that you are, whether you are or not, the same person as the other YouTube account? Right. Okay. Well, there you go.
Dire structures are
Once OD gets sheepstick, I think it'll be better for us.
The time has come.
Oh boy. I think we should back to probably farm a bit.
To battle.
They're not showing on the map, so I'm gonna. Okay, there we go. They're all top.
Very well.
You know, he's been coming here for some time now, like you know.
I am there.
I don't know, at least like a week or something like that. Just trying to pretend.
You shall feel my
Oh, Timber, what are you doing?
yes. For our gift from the goddess. My sentiments precisely.
He's dead.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Your middle tower's under attack. That's what I'm talking about.
Can I get like? Can I get Astral?
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Don't TP, I'm gonna stun you.
Your middle barracks is fallen.
This game is fucking hopeless, guys.
You better poof on over.
I think I'm done with this shit.
Your bottom tower is fallen. Your middle barracks is fallen. Killing spree! The top tower is under attack. Killing spree! The top tower has fallen.
I'm fucking dead.
Double kill.
Consider yourself.
Oh, okay. I just want them to end it. I'm so done with this shit.
Top barracks are under attack. Top barracks ain't nothing no more. Ah, my father was right about you. You're never gonna amount to nothing.
Yeah, OD, he started okay, but then he just started getting really toxic. Alright, I'm gonna report the Timbersaw for sure, and the OD for sure. Is Bloodseeker being toxic too? I can't tell.
Your middle tower's
Sebastian, what's your input? I'm okay if he's like rightfully justified toxic, you know what I mean?
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Got one nice little tower now, by the way. And over here we have the middle tower. Not being there no more. Your mansion is under attack.
Oh yeah, okay, so basically everyone except for the Lich is really toxic. You can't fucking win games like that, dude. You can't.
Dire, take it all the way.
Cannot win. Alright, you first, you fucking piece of shit. This guy. Friend request pending. Join the list. Fucking garbage. This guy is very toxic. Basura! He is Basura! Right, Sebastian? This guy is also toxic. This guy's toxic too. Holy fucking unwinnable shit. Hey, give me 1 minute to go to the bathroom, okay? Thanks. Thank you, Sebastian. I, too, am very good at Spanish. Okay, new game, guys. When did Timber pick? It was after the A, I think. Yeah, actually the A was the very first pick of the game. And then Timber saw actually pick 7th. So he knew that going in. And he fucking picked it anyway. Like a dumb shit. Yeah, good job, man. Give you the fucking easiest lane in the world. The only divine player on our team. Just keep fucking talking. Sure, Vinny. I think I'm not 5.8 anymore. 5784. We lost 24 MMR. It is sad, Sebastian, you know? I think one toxic person is pretty normal. 2 is not uncommon. But when you have 3 or even 4 toxic people, holy fuck. Just end my misery, thanks. End the misery. Well, yeah. Well, Timbersaw like flamed me a lot, dude. He can't even talk. But you know he's a total piece of shit. Actually, what did he pick Timbersaw into? So we had already these three heroes. So we had a Venge, Bloodseeker, and Lich. And they had, by that time, they had already picked these three heroes. So the AA, the Treant, and the LC. Whatever. New game, guys. For those of you who do not know, we are going to be giving away 3 Ryzen 5 3400Gs with RX Vega 11 graphics. 3 of them every 2 weeks starting November 10th. Stay tuned to figure out how you can enter. We ship to most countries, including India, Indonesia, etc.
We'll hold them down, you knock them out.
Rank 177, rank 244. That's the Bloodseeker on the enemy team. Rank 964. Where's Techies? Techies is banned. Techies is not banned.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
What rank is this guy? Our offlaner is Divine 4. Holy fuck, he just straight up first picked Shadow Fiend. This guy a Smurf? No, he's not even a Smurf. He has too many battle passes. Is he like super confident of Shadow Fiend or some shit? I think you can play Dota 2 graphics on high with that computer and get 60 frames. That's what I think. I'm not really sure. But please do visit bluespan.gg/giveaway for details, guys. Link is in the description of the stream.
This is where you win or lose. Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Shadow Fiend is Latin? Okay.
Ten seconds.
Ricky. You're aiming for at least 75 frames per second. Sagar, let me ask you a question. What's the refresh rate on your monitor? $75? Seems legit. Is what a thing, Takuya? Buying battle passes on a Smurf? Hi, Voltric. Thanks, BJ. Ricky! Yeah, 75 refresh rate. It's a thing. It's a thing. For sure, for sure. Do you guys know the refresh rate on my monitor? Can I just jerk myself off for a second, guys?
Your pick now. Meepo. What?
You guys are fucking peasants! Peasants! Get on my level! Get on my level! Uh-huh! 75? 60?
Your pick.
Oh, what hero is this? Holy shit! It's rank 177, but he's a Smurf! He only has 983 matches, top 200 player, 619 wins out of 983 matches. Now this guy's got to be like 7k, 8k or some shit. So here's the plan, guys. I'm gonna run down middle. I'm gonna run down mid to see if they ward. Clockwork will should give souls to SF. Guys, if I get 3 items his game, they have no damage to kill my hero. Okay. You have 240 frames, Henry? But can only find 60 frames per second on prawn? Wah wah. Life is hard. Hey Volchek, my second best hero is... I don't know. Ask me later. Thank you, Vinit and Razi. And Lulu. Ricky.
Quickly.
Put down your award.
It's in the bag.
Actually, what? Hey, go do the cogs thing. What the fuck are you guys doing?
Oh, as you bid.
Okay, don't.
Oh, look, it's me.
Okay.
Like a whisper.
He just put it down, right? He just put it down, right?
Here I am. Oh, yes.
I think someone should purchase Sentry Ward.
Yes. 30 seconds to showtime.
He's trying to find out if I'm here by running around in circles. I shit you not. That's actually what he's doing.
Post haste.
Yeah, like if you run into Ricky, like you had to go around him. Or he's just doing that for shits and giggles. I don't really know.
Silence. I always wanted to see an ancient.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Yeah, that stuff's over there. Don't make me come over there. Hey, it ain't fun.
Shadowfiend's just fucking gone. I think I turn around and get this guy, right? I'm gonna turn around and get the Abaddon.
See no evil.
What the?
Peekaboo.
No, I'm not. JK.
Quickly, quickly. Dispatched.
Someone gonna buy a Sentry?
Quiet as a cat's feet.
Good job, Crystal Maiden. Listening comprehension.
Now. Shall I kill?
Dude, we're not even going for the fucking Bloodseeker, right, bud?
Since you put it like that. Liquidated assets. Uh-oh. At
Shit.
your service. I strike. I sprint. Silent as smoke. Oh, yes. Yes. Like a whisper. Yes. No, no. I go in silence. Quietly now. Well, as you bid.
Alright, time to get some experience, boys!
stronger.
Where's this counter pull?
Post haste.
No counter pull for you.
Oh, look, it's me.
Yeah, he's angry, dude. You see, that's the angry Miss Coil, I guarantee it.
See no evil.
Oh fuck! What?
Whom shall I kill?
Help me out, bro. Ricky, motherfucker! Ricky! Ricky!
Put it like that. At your service.
I bet this guy hates me. He bought sentries. No sentries? No sentries, bud? What the fuck's your problem?
As smoke.
Oh shit.
You'll get nothing.
Oh yeah, get the HP regen. Actually, I need some HP regen.
Quiet as cat's feet.
He's gonna pull again, and we're gonna probably try to deny that. Boop. And just like that, he cannot pull.
As you bid.
Dude, he's not. I'm sure he's not very happy.
As you
All 3 kills in this lane? Sick.
Whom shall I kill?
Rocket.
Go in silence.
Oh my god!
Quietly now.
5-minute runes. Oh shit, do I contest this guy?
Your service.
You fucking shit. Oh my god, he's got 4 HP. Wow. 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 You can shrine.
Quiet as cat's feet.
Oh, you're back, are you? Oh, Jesus. You're here too? Where don't you have vision, you fuck? Whatever, I just walk away and you just waste your time.
Here I am.
Okay, man. Yeah. How does he see me, dude? How? The fuck?
Quickly.
Like, where's the sentry? Here and here? How does that work?
I sprint.
Sucker. You gonna chase me, bro? Dude, me and this Clockwork are fucking shrekking top. And I might just pull right here.
As you bid.
Oh, it's so hard to pull Ricky because he just turns invisible. Yeah, phase boots? Oh yeah, he's got phase boots.
Where's the brush? Silent as
Holy shit! Oh shit, bitch! Damn, dude. Dude, this guy's gonna be angry, man.
dispatched.
Hey, yo, Bloodseeker's gonna kill you.
Like that.
Yeah, I'm out. Okay, GG.
Your middle tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny? Called in the fortifications.
What do you not understand about Biosentry? Oh shit. Getting flamed by our 7k.
Oh, as you bid.
Are you gonna ward up here, bud?
Quiet now.
Freshly warded.
Oh, look, it's me. Quickly.
Hey, Clockwork, can you deward this with your quelling after?
Ooh, your bottom tower. It's
I can do it now. You want?
And now we'll have level 6. We can kill them all.
Okay.
After.
Yeah, sure, man.
Yes.
Killing spree. The bottom tower is under attack.
Give me vision on Naba.
As you bid.
He's over here. He's pulling.
Post haste.
No, I don't wanna fight. Just Bloodseeker's almost up.
At your service.
So we can smoke screen and cogs. That's gonna be great.
And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
Oh, jump.
Killing spree.
Good job.
On the dotted line.
Yo, do we just rush Diffusal like this? Cause like I'm actually so farmed that maybe we just do that. Or I can go Midas. I can go Midas. I'm really tempted to go Midas, not gonna lie. Yeah, maybe. Oh, you guys think I should go? Diffusal is 3,100 gold versus 2,000 gold for Midas. Diffusal?
Oh, yes.
Oh, hard questions, guys. Hard questions. Oh, I need a ward for these guys. I took the wards away from something. Like I just straight up stole them. Oh shit. Okay.
Since you put it.
Do you have sentries everywhere, you fuck? Are you fucking serious?
How the hell did you see me?
So we know that there's a sentry over here. There's also a sentry over here somewhere.
Enemies attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
Abandon it, he says. Oh god, Diffusal? Okay, we'll get Diffusal. It'll be more fun that way. Bloodseeker only gives vision after you fall below 25%. Wait, what did he say? I think he wants to kill Abaddon. Okay, Clockwork, I'm here.
Like a whisper.
Oh shit.
Your bottom tower has been denied. Send him home with nothing.
Quickly. Coming in.
We're not gonna dive this guy? Get back, says Shadowfiend. Man, he looks so juicy. And I need to put down some wards.
Dispatched.
I think they have wards here.
Post haste.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he knows. He fucking knows and he's running.
Service.
Your bottom tower is under
You should
attack.
run, bitch.
Part lost.
Your top tower needs some help.
Bid. I sprint.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Yoink!
This is redundant. Oh, yes.
Killing spree!
Oh, am I TPing top for nothing? There's a TA here.
Killing spree! Killing spree!
I call your guts with my blade.
Got him.
I go in silence.
お前はもう死んでいる。何?
Like a whisper.
Dude, I'm actually so farmed.
Since you put it like that. See no evil.
You have detection?
Haste.
He doesn't have detection. They can't do shit. The guy who TP'd in might have detection though.
Quickly.
And that makes me feel kind of scared. You know what?
Your top tower is under
Cook might have detection. I think they're baiting me into a sentry. We're too smart for that.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh shit, they fucking are.
The French could probably stop that.
Okay.
Guys, they pushing top.
Quickly. Top tower needs some help. Here. Radiant structures are fortified. Face. Dire's doing
Wow.
that glowy thing. There. Nothing to do until that's done.
Yo, Crystal Man, what are you doing, dude?
You'll be fine. As long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait, somebody.
Yo, I don't want to die for this shit. Oh, there. I might.
Crystal, insane player.
Whom shall I kill? No.
Jesus.
I sprint.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Quiet as cat's feet. As smoke.
Dominate!
Fuck for his hook shot.
You can run.
15-minute runs.
Square, take bounty.
This'll come in handy.
Oh shit.
I go in silence.
Oh my god. Is he. Dude. What a fucking sick play. Take some time to farm this shit. Thought he was gonna die, but no, he just got away like a gangster.
You're mine now. Oh, look, it's me. See here.
This could follow this. Really open.
As you bid. Yes.
Oh, such a peaceful farm.
I go in silence.
Ricky.
Mega kill!
As you bid.
Oh, those guys are dead.
Illusion. Quiet as cat's feet.
Ready for a combo?
Dispatched. Shall I kill?
Got him.
Whom shall I kill? Post haste. Since you put it like that.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Here I am.
Silent as smoke.
Templar bottom. Go fight middle.
This guy sounds Russian as fuck.
Drop. Ulti.
Like a whisper.
Yeah, I have diffusal.
Quickly. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Aegis this guy.
Sprint.
Fusel blade.
Killing spree.
Oh shit, my ultimate!
Boom.
That was not a good trade.
Fade away.
That was not a good trade at all. Orb is good for refraction. Orb of Venom does nothing against TA refraction. I know what you're thinking. Well, it slowly does damage, and then TA loses refraction every time he takes damage. But that is not true. You need to do at least, I think, 5 or 10 or 15 or something like that damage to actually burn through refraction.
What the fuck? Start playing.
Killing spree. I wasn't dead. Just in quickly.
On the lane.
Kuka's really farmed, huh?
Radiant structures
Urn
are
works, yes.
fortified.
Urn is good against TA.
Dire structures are fortified.
100 round, you lost the lane for divine fight?
Your middle tower has fallen. As you bid.
Wonder where they warded.
Yes. Quietly
Now
now.
we're gonna put a ward over here and see what happens.
At your service. Silent as smoke.
Ricky's not gonna fucking buy Yule, so he can counter fucking X marks the spot.
I kill. Dispatched.
I'm so scared.
Haste.
Scary.
Yes. Death's bounty. Here I am.
Yeah, put down those sentries. Yeah, put down those sentries. Angry motherfucker.
As you bid. Yes. I go in silence.
Too sneaky. Oh shit.
Oh yes. A new target.
Oh shit. Gosh. Oh fuck, I was gonna farm that. Fuck.
Quickly.
I have a feeling they have Lake Ward in our area, so we're gonna test this theory of them having vision in our area.
Quiet as cat's feet.
Maybe not. Just try Yules? Fuck. Just try it? Fuck, that's...
Since you put it
Damn, you guys are convincing. You know what? Let's fucking do it. I'm gonna buy Yules.
Like a whisper.
I will never run out of mana for Blink Strike or Smokescreen.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
Okay.
Putting up a barricade.
Run.
Quietly now.
He has 4 staff?
It's not time yet. At your service.
I'm fucking dead, aren't I? Where am I? What? How did I die? Rikun killed me. Great. Yeah, I need. If I had Yulster, I would be alive. And I will never run out of mana for Smokescreen. I blinked into Rubik's Rikun. Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap. That last last hit didn't go.
Hi, Dobro, racist fuck. Damn, it must suck to be racist and stupid.
As you bid.
Shadowfiend's just going YOLO on this shit, eh?
Cat's feet.
Yes. Not it.
Not so safe harbor, eh?
Like that.
Oh shit. Oh man, I should have waited for my smoke. Holy shit, that Baden's like one hit away. Holy shit. Don't they have Aegis? Or did it run out already? Is TA the one with the Aegis? Whatever, we just fucking struck them. I'm level fucking 11. And this crystal means I'm not buying enough wards.
See here. Oh, as you bid.
You don't think use is the way to go? But my viewers, they told me to try it. And I'm pretty convinced after they just said that.
As you bid.
Just what the? Just try it.
On delivery.
Oh shit.
Like a whisper.
Nah, I don't want to die.
I go in silence. Oh look, it's me.
Oh Jesus.
Steel and timber.
Wait. We gotta fight around TV, guys. Oh shit, what is this guys doing? No, TP scroll. Oh fuck, that's 3 dead.
Unstoppable! Double kill!
How you all die?
See no evil.
Oh, I didn't die.
Post haste.
I'm good, I'm still dancing.
Not yet.
He's burning me! He's burning me in radiance! Oh, I have a plan, guys.
Yes.
Plan. Oh, shit. Alright, I have a second plan.
Now.
No, they can't really push high ground, huh? Yeah, it looks like they're not even bothering. But if they were trying, I'd be cutting the wave.
It'd be pretty mad at you. Dig in and defend that sucker. Yes.
I'm gonna scare this Rubik.
Here I am.
Surprise, motherfucker! He's not getting scared.
Quickly.
Maybe we'll stalk him with the real one.
I sprint.
Oh, never mind. What?
Yes.
Smoke weed every day.
All according to Keikaku, guys. All according to Keikaku. Oh shit! No! Use your dust!
As you bid.
Oh, Rubik!
At your service. Here I am.
Here I am.
Dispatch.
Oh, buddy, I don't want you to get ganked, so I'm gonna give you vision over here.
Don't.
Whom shall I kill?
Oh, he faked it. You know what I should have done? I should use TA's TPing maybe mid or top.
We can fight. There.
You know what I should do? I should use like I should have used oh shit. I should use smoke screen at last second because rather than BKB, maybe TA would actually have pressed the refraction, thinking that she could, but then she can't. That would have made a lot more sense. That would have been 200 IQ play.
Silent as haste. Since you put it like that. Bottom tower has fallen.
What a great boat. Oh, the man of the hour is here. He's bottom. Oh, and he's gonna... I think he is butterfly. Okay.
Quietly now.
You did. You did.
Killing spree. Not yet. Quickly, quickly. Post haste.
No! No! What? He's gonna use Yules in 2 seconds. This guy might pop BKB though. Yules him. So TA can still blink after Yules. Cause like if Yules does 50 damage and you can't blink after taking damage, right? But if you have refraction, maybe you can. Let's go like this. Like this.
Seeing is believing.
Oh. What about that tome though? I want that tome. It's better on me. This might be very dangerous going up this hill. He faked it, dude. Care.
Evil.
I'm fucking dead.
Jump on Fiend, no! Jump on Shadow Fiend.
No sorcery lies beyond my grasp.
Yeah. Hey, you guys might have to help him. Wow. Help him out? Oh no, he's leaving. What a fucking player! Fuck, what?
As you bid. Silent as smoke.
Yeah.
SFA just me cheese. Okay.
Whom shall I kill?
Oh, okay.
Post haste.
Ouch, ouch. No! No! Oh! That refraction.
Take off.
Oh shit. Go next, boys. Oh shit, I'm rich. I should take the Aegis.
Like a whisper. There's the bounty. Like smoke. Quietly now. Oh yes.
Hey, Crystal Maid, you can put the sentry over here and then Crystal Nova up there.
Yes. I strike.
He is mid. Oh shit, what the fuck was that? Why? Why you do that?
Whom shall I?
Why you do that? No BKB. Oh, that's why. Oh.
I sprint.
It would have been sick if we just faked his ult. You would have had the same effect essentially.
Since you put it like that.
Wow.
A new target.
This is our first pick Shadow Queen guy.
And it's up. Quiet as cat's feet. As
TA hitting like a train. But not against Terrorblade.
quietly
No! What if I just cancel my ultimate and then blink out? Did I have blink at that time? Yeah, if I have Yules, I'll survive there. God, why didn't I buy Yules? I should have tried it. Damn. Holy shit. Look at this TB is fucking unstoppable. Look at this fucking 8K player right here. Mr. 8K. Rank 177. 900 games. 700 wins. 900 games, 700 wins. Rank 177. You think I'm shitting? I'm not shitting. Numbers give or take. Good thing he's on my team.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Yes.
I feel like I didn't even do anything this game. Wait a minute. The shit's gone. GG guys. Oh yeah, Terrorblade is super smart. Like, yeah, you know, a lot of people, they smurf at like, what, 2K, 3K, 4K, 5K even. But when you're fucking smurfing at 7K, you know what that means? It means he's Arteezy. That's fucking Arteezy. Maybe.
And his name is John C.
Did I try Yules? No, but I should have. Okay, that was the last game of today. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Why did I build the items that I bought? Why didn't I buy Yules? Or Midas? How come we have players like him? How can I win a free computer? A free computer. We will ship to your country. Doesn't matter if you live in Africa. Or Indonesia or India. But if you live in North Korea, sorry, tough luck. Check out bluespan.gg/giveaway. No, Jordan is actually one of those countries. Actually, we can go to bluespan.gg/giveaway right now. Let's see. Oh, what? The gateway's not working. What? The website's down! What? Why? That's embarrassing. Ignore that. It'll come back up at some point, I'm sure. Oh wait, did I just type it wrong? The fuck? Oh, it's cap sensitive? Alright, make sure you don't type in all caps like I did. Let's see, I think, yeah, if you're from Jordan, you cannot get this computer. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, if you're from Iran, North Korea, Syria... Oh wait, no, Jordan's not on the list. Scratch what I just said. Yeah, so if you're from North Korea, sorry, tough luck. Sudan, Cuba, Venezuela, Russia, Ukraine, Syria, Iran. So yes, Osama, you are eligible to win. Computer. Alright, let me read some of these comments. Ask TV who he is. Is he still in this chat room? He's gone! Actually, what's my MMR now? I should be back to 8K. I mean 5.8K. Yeah. Nice. Have we ever seen him and Arteezy in the same room? I have never seen him and that guy in the same room. What is your question, Duraj? Thank you, Chico. Yeah, not yet. Why did we not try it? I forgot. The Smurf was actually you? Holy shit! Damn, Takuya, you're good. That's okay, man. Giveaway has not started yet. GG's, Nicholas. So Lulu, so are you gonna be able to test something that will last between 2 or 3 different streams? Can you test that for me? Because I have no idea what you're doing. You're playing around with a bunch of commands, but I don't know what they do, and I don't know how they work. And to be quite honest, I'm not really interested in the mechanics of it either. Because I trust you. Okay, Lulu. So yeah, I guess starting tomorrow, Thursday, you guys come and watch the stream, you leave some comments, you will be given instructions on how to enter the giveaway, and you can win your computer. We're giving away 3 computers. November 10th, November 24th, and whatever 2 weeks after that is. Giving away this computer. It's fucking good computer. Like, it even has Samsung 970 EVO. Solid state drive. 16 gigabytes of RAM. Ryzen 5 3400G. With Vega 11. Like, it's a pretty decent computer, you know? This ain't some ghetto shit. Yes, Ricky, you're late. Very late. You're gonna win, Mel? Quite possibly. Oh, I noticed that you tried to add me on Discord. I will add you back. I have a lot of like friend requests, so you know sometimes it just gets lost in the mail. Anyways, any more questions, comments, guys? Ah, yeah. Sounds good. Thank you, Devraj. If you win, can you donate it? Well, I would hope that you donate to a good cause. Can that PC swim in water? Yes. I'm famous? Yes. Do I have a tattoo? Yes. Just joking. Oh, wait a minute. This is the guy who started the try it thing. Hey man, we were memeing on your shitty argument earlier. Those kids were telling me to buy Yules and Ricky. They were telling me to try it. Yeah, we got that argument from you. The worst convincer in the world. See you later, Razzie. Next stream sounds good, buddy. That's tomorrow. Will look good in my fish tank. Great. I hope you water seal that shit up. Do I have Instagram? Yes. The link is in the description of stream. Enjoy your night shift, Chico. You need that PC? Well, good luck. Nah, you can watch the VOD. So you're gonna win the computer and then you're gonna donate it back to me, Randy? Alright. Seems legit. See you later, Desco. I use IG once every 2 months, yes. Anyways, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. Have a great day, great night. Back tomorrow around the same time. Should be around 8 a.m. Pacific time. See you then.